I
So
understand.
sorry
No
for a lot of
worries.
background noise.
Yeah, just let me know when you're out. We're going to go live. Let's see if we hit in the studio. Everybody who's listening, let us know if they can hear us. This is part two. We restarted relatively quickly, but had plenty of time to relieve myself during that time that I was knocked off air. Don't need a bathroom break anymore.
Yeah, there you
Is
go.
yeah.
Who else is
That's,
on with us? Anyone?
of course not. Have to start it alone, and then I have to add people on. And when I do that,
Okay,
then
got
I
it.
go blank. So I need you to add El Nemo and Aristides, if you would be so kind.
I don't have hands right now.
When you have hands.
Yeah,
When you have hands.
yeah. Here I'm doing on what is it called? I'm doing live and direct reporting. Specialty limit 1 egg.
Yes.
Due to the pathogenic avian influenza APAI, aka bird flu, egg supplies are lower,
There we are.
leading to higher costs. Yeah, there's your on boots on the ground.
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
Luckily, I don't buy it.
Yes. Yeah. It's I appreciate that. It's definitely we're to everybody who's there's practically nobody listening right now. We hope to get
Hell on it.
yeah. We'll see if we can get anybody back to listening, and then I'll decide whether I want to continue for the rest of the night. But
Yeah.
okay,
Well,
let's see.
because we're in California, it's relatively cheap.
Yeah, the eggs, comparatively
Yeah.
speaking to the rest of the United States, yes, we're lucky in that
Yeah,
regard.
apparently.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we really are. Yeah, it's and so we are live. Let's go on here. Okay. And everybody upvote. Don't forget, I have to
Yeah.
do the blurb since our man, is not here. Jesus, I just knocked this off. Yeah, I mean,
You
knock the
knocked us
screen.
off again?
No, no, no.
Oh, okay.
Don't
I
take me
was
too
gonna say.
literally.
Okay.
Knock the
Yeah.
screen down. And it's just that dude. 873210 says loud and clear, Doug. By the way, since you and I are the only people in the chat, that dude. I can't remember whether you were male or female. You're female, aren't you? Actually, I believe it's actually a lady. At any rate, thank you so much for letting us know we're loud and clear. And kisses to you if you're a lady,
Yeah, that's
hugs if
nice.
you're a male. Yes. And now we just wait to see if we gather around a minimum
At least there's
of.
some people
Yeah,
responding.
yes, yes. Out there in the darkness, out there in the night. Yes, they're coming back. They knocked me off as soon as I started getting serious. Yeah, well,
Of
our
course.
man Brendan's going to get serious with us throughout the monologue tonight.
Oh, did we not get? Did I not get that on air? My first my on the boots on the ground reporting. We're doing
Yes,
live reporting for you people. It's like
that's right. That's right. Yeah, it's and you're
limit
doing
one
it.
egg, one egg per person.
Yeah. Is
And
that what it says?
It's not a purple qigong egg.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, that's the weird part. Is the normal eggs you can buy as much as you want, but it says the organic eggs are limit one.
Wow.
Talk about classism.
Wow. Holy shit.
Yeah. Why are
Uh,
those so special?
yeah, no shit. It's and
Yeah, and we're not talking about the purple egg.
yes,
Just
no,
for,
no. Here we're referring to the incredible Peter Moon purple egg, which he
yeah,
recommended everyone surround themselves with, and he's so
and they
full of
got
shit.
crushed by
Yeah.
one. You know,
Oh,
not
just
like one like a spittle
yes,
of
yes,
that being.
yes,
You know,
yeah. Ubo Safla just looked at him, just
yeah,
smiled at him, and the egg
right.
cracked. Just smiled, and the egg cracked. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh well, good
Uh,
riddance. Yes.
he will not be missed. Yes, he's hopefully alive and listening and suffering, and
Yeah,
disappointed that I got back on. That's another thing that adds to the time that I have to get back on. I have to change the title in the studio, add part two to the title.
yeah.
And I want to congratulate all of my listeners. All of my listeners are so intelligent. They do go to the second part more now than they do to the first parts whenever we get cut off. So that is so uplifting. The people who listen to me now know the most important part is the second part when we get cut off because that's my monologue. you know, for years it wasn't the case. Everybody would just go to part one, and you know, they wouldn't.
Which is a fruitless endeavor.
Yeah.
Just hear me droning on about nothing.
I did. Well, it's not that, but yeah, in the old days it was a fruitless endeavor because it was just Peter Moon.
It was Pete.
Yeah,
Pete.
truly droning on about nothing. Yes.
Like, I can't imagine people actually listening to him and then clicking off. It was like,
Yeah.
imagine that. Your whole world was based off of Montauk.
Yeah, that piece of shit. And he didn't even know how much Montauk influenced the world, as I explained with the portals the other night.
Yeah, that was good. That was like some classic key trick. I appreciated that.
Thank you.
Some good.
Thank you. And, you know, and we'll go deeper into that as time progresses. And by the way, the Svartalfheim, that's the one portal that's submerged. That's about 50 feet underwater in the center of the Bermuda Triangle, the direct center thereof. But it's like in the alternative dimension, it's about 200 feet underwater. And in other words, they are engineering the rising seas so that our world will become like theirs. The Svartalfheim dimension.
Yeah, of course.
That's why that's why the seas are rising. They're encouraging the pollution, the return to fossil fuels, yes. So thank you for reminding me of that.
Got it.
Will remind me to speak of that in our next roundtable on Sunday, and we'll open with that. And yes, it's of course I don't know how much. Forgive me, I want everyone to know I'm not really tired. I'm just kind of oxygenating my brain with that yawn, and fortunately tomorrow.
Yeah, he needs the oxygen.
Yes, definitely. I don't need to breathe the way Peter Moon does. That's just shortening your lifespan. That's like hyperventilating in slow motion is all he's doing. That piece of shit. Yeah, and
it's like people think we're being unfair, but just go watch his video and you'll just be like, okay, yeah, this is not right.
Thank you.
Right.
I mean, let's just bear in mind, this is the idiot who wasted all of our time for how many years with, you know, just, I'm getting the book out, and then finally, no!
When I did the math, it was like $1 an hour for like or it was like $1 a month. It was like $1 a month for years or something.
Yes, outrageous.
That was his
idea.
I helped you so much.
Yes.
You know, that's like the classic
piece of shit.
What is it called?
Yeah.
Like when they beat up the wife and they're like, I did so much for you.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, knocked my teeth out and had it, you know. Damn, I hope V's all right. She's considering one of her teeth is in bad shape, and then she said she didn't want to go to the dentist. Like, it's too much trouble to go to the dentist or something. Jesus, you could wind up dying that if it systemically infects you. At any rate,
another one bites the dust.
Yeah, there you go. Yes. Take care of yourselves, people. Put your money where your body is.
Can't force anyone.
It's true. You can't force people to take care of themselves. It's okay. So we got theoretically 5 concurrent viewers now. We know it's much more than that, but we wait till it's about 20 on the on the screen. Then we know it's about 200 at least. So everybody, let's spread the word out there. And for God's sake.
They took you out.
No, they did.
Did they cast Somnus?
Yeah,
they didn't cast Somnus, did they?
They don't need to. It's one of these things where when I have to go through the whole process of restarting, retitling, all that stuff, it's like it drains you. That's their intent.
Oh yeah.
And it's like whereas you're raring to go, then you're getting into it, and then they knock you out. Then you have that horrible.
Yeah, it was always when you're getting momentum.
Yeah, always when I'm getting momentum. And
it's never like a minute in.
Yeah, and then they didn't bother to shut me down when I had fucking rat poisoning, through the snake and shit. That's the latest episode.
Well, they basically have like heart monitors on your shit. Like, he's in good health tonight. Gotta get him. The other night they were like, if we just let him drone, he'll kill himself. He'll croak later.
Yeah, that's right. He'll kill himself. He'll overexert himself and drive himself into an ER. Yeah, that's
like they had their finger on the button. They're like, no, just let him go.
Yeah.
That's almost giving them too much credit. Almost.
It's true. It does. But yet it's credit enough. As soon as I go in the monologue, oh man, they flip that switch. Yeah.
Well, actually, they all got laid off, so it's just an AI program now.
Yeah.
it's like tuned to Dietrich. You know?
Yes. Thank you. Just an AI program that's as far as I'm concerned, it's like my lover or something. They've assigned me.
It knows you. It knows you inside and out.
Oh yeah, that's at any rate. So people are welcome to participate in the chat. Don't be afraid to talk. You can say something like, "It takes us a while."
I'm gonna have to go purchase my goods. So
understood.
I'll be like dealing with that.
Yeah, just jump back on bandwidth when you're ready, and then you can start bringing on, try and bring on Aristides and the
Ferrous gluconate. What the fuck is that? Putting this shit back. Yeah, you wanted some boots on the ground. Here we are.
Yes, you can tell us about the horror.
Yeah, there's like that scene from I forgot what that show was. It was called Fractal or Fracture. One of this old like sci-fi show on Fox. Where it was the guy that was Denethor, that actor, from Lord of the Rings. He's a real good actor, but there's this famous scene that they keep putting online that was like, on TikTok. It's like, this is me when I go to a grocery store, and he like is like reading the Pop-Tarts, and he's like, potassium bromate. Do you know what this is doing to you people? They want to kill us all. It's like an old man raving.
Yeah.
So that's what I feel like when I read these fucking ingredients.
Yeah, they can be scary.
Do you realize what's in this?
Yeah,
shit's wild.
It can be scary.
Oh, there is an organic one. Okay.
Organic parts?
It's a cracker, but it'll do. It'll hold me over.
Okay. Yes. That's
No, yeah. The organic Pop-Tarts. There was also some kids online that their parents only bought them the organic one. And then one of their bad seed friends was like, try the real Pop-Tart. It's like, why would you do that to them? Now they're going to know what actually why the organic one's shitty.
Yes. Oh my God. That's fucking funny. That's fucking funny.
Like for people like me that grew up with the unhealthy stuff, I just don't even try to buy the fake one. It's like, I know how bad it is.
Yes, there we are. Thank you.
It's like, yeah, it's rubbish.
Oh, it's horrible. It's horrible. I want.
That's why people hate organic food.
Yes, thank you.
Comparing it to the arty.
Yes, yeah. It's just no. When it's, let's just put it this way. Some things simply should not be healthy. There's
if you're gonna do it, go all the way.
Yeah, there's just no point. It's you only live once.
People get like salty when I say, oh yeah, I don't drink, I don't do that, I don't eat this. It's like, I'm not telling you to do it.
Yes, thank you.
Like, you guys can do whatever you want. This is what I'm doing.
Yes.
But they take it to heart.
Yeah. They think you're trying to show them up.
Yeah.
They take it as, it's amazing how offensive they find it. It's yes.
Like, you don't eat anything. And it's like, no, I eat. What do you mean?
Well, you'd have to, or else you'd die while working that job.
Right.
Yeah, with all the energy that it takes. Yeah. By the way, everyone, this is the most frustrating part of restarting. The most frustrating part of restarting is trying to reassemble the numbers. We're gathering them. We're up to 7 now. Yeah. So
muster the Rohirrim.
Yeah. Yeah. What's that?
I said muster the Rohirrim.
Rohirrim.
Gotta Rohirrim, like Rohan.
Right.
The horse folk, the horse riders.
Yes. Got it. Yes. Well, definitely. Well, you're more familiar with that realm than I am. I don't remember the Tolkien stuff. I'm not familiar with a lot of the terminology like you are.
Well, because you got the inverted one.
Yeah. I did. Yes. What little I got was from the side of Sauron and shit, and so to me, it's like looking from the wasteland out. That's my map of their cosmology. Is everything starts from the blasted heath, and so
the Black Lands.
Yes, the Black Lands.
Wondering why it's all fucked up.
Yes.
Like, how can anyone be into this? Like,
yeah.
So I could see that being all jacked up.
Yes. So they're gathering back, though, up to 8. Just take some time. During that time, we're just going to talk shit. Then as soon as our man gets some hands free, he's going to try and pull on Nemo and Aristides. I don't expect Aristides to answer.
Nemo said he can't come. He's like not able to come on.
No, but I mean, we can call him into the chat, right? I mean, we can bring him onto bandwidth. Doesn't mean he'll come on verbally.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
True.
So
we can summon.
Yeah, we can summon him. He'll be with us in spirit.
What's this? Some stuff going on over here.
Oh, cool. He's run into 2 people testing condoms in the aisle. That's what's going on.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's another thing I'll bring up in a second.
Oh.
About Mozambique. Did you Gaza, Mozambique? Did you hear about that?
What, where Trump was claiming they were sending condoms and all that bullshit?
Yeah.
You
500 million to Gaza, and then the reporter's like, it's Mozambique.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
For HIV patients.
God,
and he's like, I'm gonna make mistakes.
Yeah. Oh, he was lying, saying they were sending it to Gaza all that time.
Yeah, and then the reporter said it, and then and then he's like, well, I'm gonna make mistakes,
Yeah. Well, all I can say is his base doesn't fucking care. His base doesn't care. He can just...
And then he said 30 million's a lot for guns.
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
He's like, we're gonna have to look into that.
He's lying about the prices and everything else. He's like, he's just so full of it. Oh my god!
Like, what exactly? What? Yeah, it's like, that's funny. That's just dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, someone will have to take over for a moment.
Yeah, I'll just drone as best as I can.
Channel your inner Vinny. Romania, Golden Sphinx, and what else did he say? I can't even think of all the boring shit. It got so boring I erased it.
Yes. Zalmoxes.
When I was in Romania.
It
was the same story. It was the same story. I can't even remember.
And he wondered why Paula got so tired of him. Instead of saying, "Where is your God now?" he would say to her, "Where is Zalmoxes now? Where is Zalmoxes?" And
as if she was like a devotee. Or
yeah. Like, it's like she would just stare at him like he was fucking nuts. He's so offensive. So fucking offensive. It's like there's no words.
It was dumb.
Yeah.
That's the word we could use. Dumb.
Yeah.
Waste of time.
Yeah. Just madness.
Super lame.
Yeah. So at any rate, if we don't get enough numbers, then what I'll do is I'll just erase this episode, people. And but
Wait, are your numbers that low?
It's not low, and hopefully they'll build up soon enough. It's 7, goes in 7, 8. It's going, but give it time. It'll build up to, 13, something like that. People tend to dribble back. I mean, once they cut me off, they cut me off. But if they're, if the numbers don't go up to 20, I'm just not going to do it. But are
we really the only one?
The only ones what? on bandwidth? No, I mean there's others, but they don't allow it to register. It doesn't really show up like the true numbers. We all know that, but still, you want to at least get a baseline of 20, so we know we got a baseline of 200.
Oh, I almost ended Brandon Young. Hold on. I don't want to hear his boring ass shit.
What was going on there? Some kind of recording of Brandon Young?
No, I'm trying to add people so we're not all alone.
Oh, right.
I just have to be careful because there's other people in my call list.
Oh, got it.
They would be shocked if they were
suddenly called, late at night. Try Brooke Gibson. Don't be afraid to try Brooke Gibson.
Just check the list.
Yeah.
I only put important people.
Yeah.
Okay, 1 second. Let me call him.
Okay, I believe he's taking a call at the moment. He'll be back with us, and I'll just drone monotonously while we wait for numbers to go up so that I can decide whether to continue with my narrative or not for tonight. And other than that, everyone make certain to spread the word, make certain that you get other people to subscribe, And we, of course, need all the support we can get before the end of the month so that I can pay rent. That's the primary thing in my life. Consider that my drug. And that's the habit we're supporting, is just basically putting a roof over my head for when I'm not at the estates. I'm reinterred back in the crypt, as I call it, with every good reason. And there's no good reason to live here other than the fact that I can afford the rent in San Francisco, and it's in a neighborhood that's close to everything I need, and things stay open for a relatively long period of time. Like I said, they closed at 8 o'clock, wouldn't open again until 8 o'clock the next morning. Certainly didn't want to go that length of time after a full night's narrative without being able to get my beer on in order to relax. All of that being said, we'll see if I get back into the narrative at all tonight. Let's gather the numbers here, call your friends, get them on with us. Then we'll start burning bandwidth as soon as I feel like it's worth the energy to do that. Now, of course, when I get knocked off like this, it throws us all off. Really, but yeah, this is a directed denial of service
I
attack.
feel fine. I feel fine.
Good. That's good. I feel better with that. Yes.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we may continue just for the sake of recording. I mean, the recording itself is valuable, but so we might do that.
It's the kind of situation where it's like, we can bring up stuff, but it just gets more crazed and dreary. Not on our parts.
Yeah.
Just the nature of what's going on around us.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, look at what we're talking about. We're talking about an entire empire going off the rails. You know, under the rule
into the
of
abyss.
Thank you. Under the rule of literal madmen. You know, while we're just trying to survive.
Yeah, and then I was literally laughing, about the when he's like, the reporter's like, you cut all this funding for condoms that you said were going to Gaza, and she's like, yeah, it was Gaza, Mozambique. Yeah. And he's like, well, yeah, that was a mistake, but I'm gonna make mistakes. This is Musk talking. He's like, I'm gonna make mistakes. You guys got to check me on the mistakes. So he's like asking everyone else to do it. You guys got to tell me when I make mistakes. That's what he said. Some shit like that.
What a fucking idiot!
And then he said, 30 million's a lot for condoms. We got to check into that. Make sure that's not something's going on with that. Like trying to recover.
Yeah. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. There you go. I mean, and he's lousy.
Like,
at
just condoms.
Yeah. By the way, did you go on speakerphone there for a minute? Your voice was.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. There we are. Yeah.
Is that better?
Oh, infinitely better. Thank you.
Yeah. So now that I'm in the car, I'll tell you, the lady in front of me had like 9. I'm not joking. Like 25 gallons of milk.
Jesus.
And she was like a crazy crackhead lady, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Wow.
What are you doing with all this milk?
So sad.
Like they're gonna buy. Like they probably have to use all their wick before Trump cuts it all.
Yes.
I'm surprised they didn't go after women's and infants and children first.
They have. What are you talking about? They have in many cases.
That's sick.
And they're
People
like,
are fucking sick.
oh yeah. I mean, they're going after the most vulnerable first, and those poor government worker idiots who took that fork in the road offer and shit. Yeah. They won't even get a response because
I knew that was a straw man.
Yeah,
I knew that was a straw man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I knew that was a straw man from the beginning.
Yeah, they just capture the suckers with that one. It's so sad.
Yeah.
It's like
flypaper.
And it's so vicious. And believe me, I've hated bureaucrats. I've hated the bureaucracy. I've talked about how the government does fucking nothing. And yet, I infinitely despise these people trying to destroy it more because they have no idea what the fuck they're doing. They just, they're just a bunch of fucked up people. And we're just keeping the conversation casual for now for our listeners to know that we'll get into monologue with interjections from Brendan Zogit soon enough. Right now, we've got about 9 concurrent viewers. If the number of views that it has is supposedly 14, people have checked in thus far. So when we get a solid number of people, if we get that, then I'll continue. Otherwise, I'll let the episode upload and then delete it. Yeah. Or maybe I'll just go on tonight and just monologue for the sake of the record, so that'll be on record. And hope people listen to it later. There we are. We're breaking a barrier now. We're going above 10. We got 11 concurrent viewers.
Yeah, I mean, I would listen to whatever, because you know it's going to be shit, you know. Shit we have to talk about.
Yeah. Shit that I'm exposing, because that's why they cut me off. They cut me off for a reason. By the way, they're cutting off Brendan right now.
Oh, yeah, now we're getting cut. But I'm like, what would you even call these people?
NSA, probably. That's the old fallback, is that it's NSA, because that was...
Oh, no, I just mean our, like, whatever, the coup d'etat, or whatever you want to call it. Rule by South Africa.
Oh, yeah. By the way, you know, Trump is, encouraging all the whites from South Africa to move here. You know that, right? He says, I'm opening up the gates to white South African immigrants. White South African immigrants, he said. That, like it wasn't Musk that convinced him to do that.
They already all moved here.
No shit.
Here.
No shit. No.
The ones with money, anyway.
Yeah, all the ones with money. I mean, there's enough left in South Africa where you got to wonder. It's like, why are you staying there? But I can understand, because that's where they were born, and they do love Africa, the land, that is.
There's some like weird, some idiot that is like one of those influencers.
Yeah.
One of these like goofy red pill influencers with a ton of money.
Yeah.
And for some reason he lives there. He like grew up there or something.
Okay. Interesting.
South African Jewish kid, but he was like talking about, what do I do with my millions? And he buys jets and shit. And everyone shits on him in the comments because he just looks like lame as fuck.
Like a total dork who's just
yeah. He's like trying to flex. Yeah. It's just like, dude, no one cares.
Yeah,
but for some reason he chooses to stay there. It's like weird.
Well, if you got enough money, why not? I mean, that's like everyone else around you is dirt poor, so
they must have good tax. Yeah, like some kind of good tax something.
Yeah, it's not only that. I would think that for one thing, you would have to own your own little private army of security just to maintain your safety there. So he probably
but they never show that.
No, they never show that. He probably feels like a big man with that. You cannot rely on the police. I can tell you that. The police they're not going to respond. It's just so.
Yeah, I told you about that kid I went to college with.
Yeah.
His whole family was like attacked by like highwaymen.
Yeah.
And he was like left to die at like 10 years old or something. And I was like, did the police help you? He said like, no, they just like some family had to like rescue him or something.
Yeah, of course.
Some like African bushman like nursed him back to health and shit.
There you go.
What kind of country is that?
Like, yeah. Just so people understand, let's be realistic here, and let's we have to. There's no point in trying to obfuscate. Basically, what happened was after the fall of apartheid, South Africa has been in a low grade, as they would call it. They would call it a low intensity conflict, but there's nothing low intensity about it when you live there. You're in a high intensity conflict, which is basically an all out race war. But as was demonstrated by the experience of the young man that Brendan Zogid is talking about, first off, this, as I encouraged Brendan before, these aren't just bandits, they're blacks. It's basically the white family was attacked by a bunch of blacks that were trying to exterminate them. And he was left to die. He was nursed back to health by a bushman, because the bushmen are not black racists, because they're not ideologically politicized or motivated like other blacks in South Africa get ideologically indoctrinated into hating whites as the source of all their problems. And so they attack the white community with a politicized racial hatred. They're mobilized to attack the white community. So what you see is an ongoing genocide of white people in South Africa. And it's important to remember these white people didn't move there. They were born there, and they've been there for hundreds of years, far longer than the Israelis have been in their occupation of Palestine. So the South Afrikaners, they go back quite a bit, but they're a legitimate culture. And but the horror is we see the worst of them through people like Peter Thiel and Elon Musk, who are the ones who, with the fall of apartheid, their entire world fell apart. The communists took over, and South Africa has become a living hell. But
is that what happened?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Because I was wondering what happened. Why did the Brits abandon them? It's like.
The Brits were incredibly perverse when it came to. One of the things that happened was, don't forget, the Brits established. Carl Lindbergh says, DD, I finally caught you at the start of one of these. Yes. So, so welcome aboard. Here we are. Welcome.
Yeah, it's a second start, but yeah, it's a start.
Yeah, it's a start, all right. They knocked us off, and we're restarting. But hey, thank you, Carl, for joining us. Welcome aboard, Carl. Yeah, there we are. And here we are. Let me see if I can give him a proper emoji. Again, no bumping elbows. Never going to use the bumping elbows again after that experience. Why you show me two? What's this? Why you show me two butts bumping each other? Yeah. Oh my God.
Like, there's like no logic applied to that. It's like, why would anyone send that? What the fuck?
Yes. It's well, I guess.
Talk about projecting.
I guess let's put it this way. Maybe they were attracted to my thumbnails, and sometimes my thumbnails can be pretty racy. So they probably had that on their mind.
But what does that have to do? Like, that's not even sexual. Like, if someone like touched your bare ass to another ass, like, how is that even? It's like what? Like when you put two kids in a bathtub, like when you're little, it doesn't make sense. Like, it doesn't do anything.
Oh, thank you. At any rate, it's obviously...
You have to be sick to think that's sexual.
Thank you. Obviously, this individual had issues. Like what you remember, the first thing I said to him was, I said, go see a counselor about those intrusive thoughts.
Yeah, this is like bad. Yeah. It's like when it gets to that point, it's bad.
No, dude, now, who was that Jewish comedian that fucked over so many people? Oh, he played Borat. Who's the Jewish comedian who played Borat?
Sacha Baron Cohen.
Yeah, jeez, I can't even remember the fucker's name. Sacha Baron Cohen, because I try to forget the son of a bitch.
Like the most Jewish name you could get.
Yeah, thank you.
Not that there's anything wrong with it.
Yeah. But anyhow, Sacha Baron Cohen is frightening. He is frightening. When he goes undercover and pulls these pranks on people, he does it so well. I honestly thought he was for real when he got himself all in makeup, cut his hair down to like a crew cut, and put a fake scar on his face, and tried to pretend he was Mossad or some IDF or some shit. He said, I'm like Mossad or IDF Special Forces, Israeli Special Forces, some shit. And then he just...
Americans would lick his boots.
They did! They
would
did!
Jump around.
You saw it, right?
Literally act... Yeah, no, we were laughing about it in England.
Yeah.
We were watching it saying, this guy... First of all, well, anyways, continue with what you're saying. But yeah, he got Americans to do whatever the fuck
he wanted.
Just because he said he was Israeli.
Yeah, he said, I'm an Israeli and I'm Special Forces. And then he basically... First he goes
lost that congressman his seat.
Yes!
Oh.
Yes! Yeah, because he told the guy, remember, bump your butt against... He says Islam is homophobic. The Muslims are all homophobic. So
pull your pants down.
Yeah, pull your pants down and attack them with your ass. That's how you drive the Muslims away. So then the guy pulled his pants down, attacked him with his ass.
On camera, on an interview.
Yeah, on camera.
Interview.
On camera. Yes.
All because an Israeli said to do it.
Yeah, all because an Israeli said to do it. Yes. And because the Israelis are God on earth to the Americans. Any one of these, evangelical cronies that think that they're relatives of the boss. They're relatives of the boss. It's got to make a good impression with the boss.
Must comply. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Oh my fucking God! But he really fucked that guy over in so many ways. Remember, he said you got to test under that Muslim woman's hijab, her skirt, to make certain she's not hiding a bomb. So he's like sticking the camera up her skirts and shit.
Yes.
Yeah. All this crap. Yes.
No, that was
classic.
But that's the joke about like, and he's like pretty much upper echelon. This, the
no
Borat
doubt.
guy.
No doubt.
He's high up. He's basically like Yeah.
Oh, he must be
there.
to get away with the shit he gets away with. Remember the New York art? I told you about the New York art.
They let him in anywhere he wants to go.
Yeah.
Like carte blanche beyond.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Yeah. Michael Moore wishes he had that power. You know that. You know, just
he's not just a normal guy. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah. No, he's definitely.
I don't want to reveal too much about it, but I'll tell you privately about what I know about that.
Understood. So I'm screen sharing right now, and if you can see the screen. So here's our concurrent viewers going up to 13. So average viewer duration 1009, views 24. And again, this is just, they don't show you the real numbers. The analytics are extremely skewed down, but that's probably healthier for a person's ego. At any rate, we'll wait
maybe for yours.
yeah. I know your average person would be devastated. But I take a look at the average people these days trying to start on YouTube, and they're lucky if they get anybody. They're just at zero. They're at zero, and they get no upvotes. They get no upvotes whatsoever.
And most people would freeze up in front of a crowd of like more than one person.
Oh yeah, so. No. Your average person could never speak like I do and just roll with it. Brendan, of course, had to. He always did good from the beginning, but it gets easier with time, right, Brendan? I mean, it just gets easier with time. You get more comfortable, and after a while, you finally realize, why give a shit? The enemy knows all about me anyway. There's nothing hidden.
Oh,
yeah, and it's
well, we have nothing left to lose. That's the thing.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, you do in a sense.
I've given up a while ago.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, you do in a sense only in that you've learned to, with somebody like Peter Moon, where you live. After a while, you can't trust anybody. Jesus fucking Christ, that son of a bitch. Where you live.
And then all of a sudden, millions of curses and Manson sisters and Scientologists show up at my house. It's like, fucking A.
And they really were. These old ladies were different old ladies, but they really were dressed alike. It was like,
Yeah.
And
to the point where one of them looked through my mom's window where she lives.
Yeah.
And then disappeared, and no one knows who the fuck she was or anything.
Thank you. Yeah.
Like,
yeah. And it's like, so they're following you and your whole family, and they make a point of it. They're like,
well, it was just because I was there. That's why.
Yes. Got it.
My mom has cameras and shit. Like, no one ever does that.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. It's no one does
when I was there, all of a sudden, when I'm, I said gang stalking. They show up.
There was one incident on my home which was not gang stalking, but it was creepy as hell. Bunch of drunk teenage Mexicans or something. I never really found out their ethnicity, but they sounded like they were speaking Espanol. But because I have no gate, like I've told you, and you've seen my home compared to the others, there's room to sit. Like I've got steps and there's room to sit, and we're not as haunted as the other places, as bad as we are. But they were sitting and drinking on my steps.
Compared to your street, you're like, I didn't even think that was your house at first.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yes.
Like that can't be it.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Yes. You were looking at one of the truly haunted ones, the truly dilapidated ones. Yes, that
one across the street is tricky, to say the least.
Yeah, and believe it or not, the one that I showed you where I said this one is where the homeless don't sleep because they wake up dead, and you said I feel it. There was a light on in there the other day. There was a light on in there. It was several days after you and I had looked the place over. I said, "Holy shit, there's a light on up in there." Yeah, there you go. It's just
the remote viewers had to go visit or something.
Yeah, some shit like that. That was probably their induction. That's probably like their induction. Like what do you call it? Like a hazing, for entering the fraternity or something. They send the remote viewers. Now you got to spend the night across the street from Douglas Dietrich or something like that, or even the day, something like that. Yeah.
That's enough to haze anyone.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's but there you go. We live in a hill that it's just wrong. Everything about this hill is wrong.
I swear that house across the street is like some Harry Potter shit.
Oh yeah.
Hasn't been open since the 70s.
Yes.
Like there's no way.
Oh yeah. If I took you further down the street, there's still like this place that's frozen in time. They're all frozen in time. Yeah, it's like.
So is it like an absentee owner or what? How does that happen? You would think the
there would be someone from the city trying to get a lien sale on it or something.
Yeah, it's bizarre. It's bizarre. I don't know.
So they must be paying taxes. Someone's estate is paying on it or something.
Yeah, it's something like that, where they're
really
just
crazy.
maintaining the property for whatever reason. But
Right.
at this point,
So they can
here's
get bank loans or something.
well, I think at this point what happened is the government moved in and bought up a number of these properties just to surveil me, and that's not a lunatic proposition. There's nothing else that really makes sense.
Like across from you, there's
Yeah.
no one living. For
Yeah,
sure.
thank you. There's no one living there. Yeah, and so it's just like they just have that so that they can every once in a while post a watch or something, and if they needed to, maybe press the button or something like that blows up all the gas veins.
They all got laid off. So,
Yeah, yeah. But those people got laid off. Yeah, we'll get. Sadly, they're not
what
laying.
is $10 million to San Francisco?
Yeah, yeah,
Cut it. And they don't even know what it is.
yeah. They're
Future
yes,
surveillance program.
yes. Thank you.
Cut it. Just have AI do it. So it
Oh,
puts them off randomly.
dude, I'm waiting. They're gonna fuck up all this shit. They're gonna be fucking up so much shit.
Like, that's what I'm wondering is, like, are they just, like, finding these, like, ledgers with, like, blank ledgers and cutting shit that it's, like, supposed to be black project? Like, when does someone come out and, like, hate to say the A word, but when does someone come and, like, take them out? Because, like, what if they slash the wrong thing? You know, you can't come out publicly and say, look, you slashed our spy ring in Mozambique and we all got slaughtered. Now I'm, like, going to pull a Cobra Commando.
Oh, well, that's definitely going to happen. That's definitely going to happen.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So some, like, spec forces that lost this whole crew is going to get pissed.
Yeah.
You know?
And we're only going to wait on it. It's like I said, give it 2 years.
Put it that way.
What's that?
No, I said I ain't going to be crying about it. No one will.
No one will at that point. I mean, everyone's like, when they say, oh, their popularity's going down. Yeah, Trump's popularity is highest it's ever been still, because the people are still stupid. They're still riding high. They're too cracked out to understand the implications.
They'll sober up quick.
Yeah, but Musk is going down. So probably Trump is appreciating the fact that...
Because he's coming out on an interview saying, I'm going to be wrong sometimes.
Yeah.
Like, dude, come on. Even I know the basics of PR. Like, fucking A.
I'm surprised somebody didn't tell him, you're wrong all the time, Musk. You're wrong a lot. Yeah, like...
that interviewer, she was a very kind person, because I would have just went in on him. You know?
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Really?
Well, they're probably trying to be kind to him in front of his son. That's how cowardly he was. He's hiding behind his son.
Yeah, they were hiding behind the kid. That's right.
Yes. So no one would get vicious with them and really start drilling into him.
Yeah.
And they don't want to see him crying in front of their son and all that shit. But that's how chicken shit these people are and how abusive they are. You know, someday that kid will look at that and feel that he was exploited. Like, why did you bring me in there just to protect your ass from questioning, any legitimate questioning?
Of course.
Yeah. Hopefully he feels that way. But then you suspect he might be like a in vitro, like half clone anyway, right? I mean, he does not look like his father. He does not look like his father at all. He's blonde, for one thing. And Elon Musk just looks like... By the way, Elon Musk...
wasn't blonde either.
There you go. So they're taking genes from like people
that.
that.
You know how the elites work, Doug. They raise other people's kids. Like they're not.
Yeah.
They keep bloodlines going without public knowledge.
So do you have any knowledge or any idea of what happened with Taylor Swift? Like they booed her at the Super Bowl. Is this because our president's in power? Let's boo Taylor Swift at the Super Bowl. It's like. What kind of shit was that?
Because she was supporting Biden. That's why.
Of course. Yeah. Any sane person would have, even though Biden was a pedo. It's like, it's better the pedo that keeps society running than the other piece of shit that's gonna destroy it for all of us.
Some madman.
Yeah.
It's like picking two sour apples or something.
Well, there's one was as bad as he was. was still more representative.
But
of
when you're
continuity.
famous like that, just shut up. You have money. Just shut your. Just pay. Do it privately or something. That's what I don't get.
Well, there's no point in having that kind of fame and power if you don't use it. So I guess you might as well use it to try and swing the election. Sure, why not? But
Well, she obviously didn't listen to her dad or her grandfather. You know, it's all about me.
yeah, we still talk about Swift here? Taylor Swift?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. LeVay. She didn't pull the LeVay card.
No. Yeah, that's right. No, she didn't pull that.
But thou wilt, it's like, that's what you get for being a humanitarian.
Yes. Yes. True enough. That's what you get for caring. That's what you get for caring. Yeah.
Everyone hates you now.
Yes. It's well, I can't say much for her taste in men, Kelsey the football player, that must be brilliant conversation, but yeah.
I don't even know anything about that guy.
I don't either. But then again, I don't, like I said, there's only certain elements of football I can even really address. So let's see
They're
how.
usually just like, they're like blank slates. They don't really talk about anything. The only one that like broke out of it was Tom Brady.
I guess, it's.
He started doing psychedelics.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah.
Oh God, that poor son of a bitch. Yeah.
He's like, the whole world's a lie. It's like, dude, you're too late.
Yes.
They got you.
Yes. No kidding. Okay, so we were going up there. Let's see if we can get back up more numbers, everybody. Pull us back up to the numbers we had before, and I'll start monologuing. In the meantime, we've only got so much longer that Brendan can stay awake. He's tried to bring on... Oh, did you try and bring on... you did. Aristides and Nemo and a number of others.
No one replied.
Yeah, no one replied.
There was one time when I was like, is Doug alive? And no one said anything. I think John Warrington was like making fun of it because I misspelled something.
Oh, he did. He said,
like,
"Is Doug
like,
Alfie? Is Doug
Alfie here?"
Yes.
I thought that was hilarious.
Yes, is Doug Alvey. Yes, you need to acknowledge him. We need to give him credit.
Yeah.
So John, if you're listening, you should come on the show sometime. Honestly, John, we know that sometimes you can come on. Your time difference isn't that bad. George makes it sometimes. Of course, maybe John really doesn't get up that early. George does get up early. Yeah. Yeah,
the poor guy's up at 6 a.m. to be on your show. Have some respect.
Yes, that's right. He's
put respect on the name.
Yes. And he's been through so much, and such being what it is. So everybody, again,
it's usually your fault. Though. He's out there trying to like explain shit to people, and then they're all like going rogue on him. You're a Nazi.
Yes. Well, he according to him, things seem to be going pretty smoothly, and most people have learned to accept what he's saying. Otherwise they're just...
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, otherwise they're just wandering around all day wondering where the fuck it all went wrong. So,
right.
This is what we provide is the context of where it all went wrong. And I would say World War II, but Trump says it's the Civil War. That's what I was getting into before they knocked me off.
Why are they so salty about it? The Civil War. Like, what would be the point?
Well, that's what I was just about getting into when they knocked me offline. So might as well start meandering back towards that while we got 13 people listening. We might as well.
That's like a room full of people.
Yeah, true.
That's probably more people than you had for Roswell and the Rising Sun and the Denny's.
No, we had a lot of people then. We had a lot.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that was a lot of people. It was that was the most they ever had for their MUFON. What? Yeah, that was the most they ever had for their MUFON meetings. That was.
Sacramento MUFON's pretty, but yeah, I'm sure it was a lot of people.
Yeah, and but beyond that, it was something that. At any rate, I always get bitter when I think about it. Just another horrible experience, just in its own way. So horrible. Everything about, my life was just horrible. It's been a horrible...
Well, you ruined that lady's career.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, poor dear. Well, fortunately, I'm a psychotic sociopath, so I don't feel guilt about it. You know, I
Well,
do.
you know, we all got to do what we got to do.
Yeah, I maintain her in a good place in my heart. Let's put it that way. If I'm able to make it up to her someday, I will. But I think she's doing okay.
I think it would be more crazy if you actually cared about all these people.
Yes, thank you. By the way, Carl Lindbergh says, I agree, DD. Thank you. I'm not quite sure what he's agreeing to, but yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. And
yeah, you're a sociopath.
oh yes, there we are. Yeah, he's agreeing to that. Oh, yes. That's at any rate.
Honesty is the best policy.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Anyhow, since the lady in question we're speaking of is Cynthia Siegel. Shout out there, honey.
Yes.
Yes. Cynthia Siegel is a Jewish American
UFO connection.
Yes, UFO connection. She's a Jewish American princess, so I think she's doing okay. All right.
Oh boy.
Yeah, you knew that, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And
I was watching the show when it got cut off.
yeah, that's right. The UFO connection, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Yeah, and that's right. She used to have she hostessed this show that was then cut off because she was going to bring me on. She insisted on bringing me on. They said, we're going to cut your program if you bring him on, Douglas Dietrich. But she was going to bring me on, and then they cut her off. So yeah, she lost her career in that sense because of myself. But you got to do what you got to do. Then we had the MUFON meeting, and then that was the largest attendance they ever had. So at any rate,
Nice.
Yeah. I mean, for what it's worth, it's just, again, it's a question where not her, but so many other people just might as well be operating against you as opposed to operating with you. What a nightmare. We're lucky we got that footage and are able to preserve it. So now that we got 14 people with us, like you said, that's a room full of people. We might as well start in on monologue. So let's start sharing. So just so you can see the studio, here's the studio, concurrent viewers, chat rate 1. So that's good. We got, and then, yeah, so we're doing okay. We'll get started on the monologue for tonight, and we'll go on for a bit. I'm not going to do the full 12 hours. I'll warn everybody that. We've already killed an hour just waiting to get people to relink up back with us. But as I was saying, there's basically 12 historical events that define the United States in the collective memory of old Americans. And I mean old Americans. If you're a newer American, meaning that you're basically a younger American, I don't mean an immigrant, but a younger American, what defines world America for you, as it does for like pretty much everyone who is after World War II, more like maybe baby boomers forward, to everyone from that point forward, it's all World War II. It just, to them, America's defined by World War II. That's their identity. But for Americans before then, whose brains weren't rotted by the internet, their brains were rotted by television. And even in the television rotted brains of semi-literates, there's going to be all these images that they've absorbed all the while growing up of Washington crossing the Delaware, the blue and the gray clashing at Gettysburg. They're going to be remembering the 12 events that defined the United States from the old school, the old ancien regime, the former understanding of America, the American Revolution and the American Civil War. Basically, the full name would be the American Revolutionary War of Independence, which was the longest declared war in American history until World War II. To most Americans who are historically unaware of the facts, they would think that World War II was shorter than the American Revolution, as a matter of fact, that World War II was only 4 years, as opposed to the 8 years of the American Revolution. And that means the American Revolution is America's Vietnam, in which the Americans were the Viet Cong. But the second conflict that defined America to these older Americans, and I mean Trump age, would be the first American Civil War between the states for rights, which, as I've said, is also known in the Deep South as either the War for Southern Independence or the war of northern aggression. But in the South, there's different names for it because they're very regional. So maybe further back, who's saying this? Maybe we've been joined by Brendan Zoget. They are salty about 1812. Well, I also got into that about 1812, Trump's hatred for Canada. Go on.
Yeah, someone told them about what you revealed about Canada's involvement, and now he's like hell-bent on killing them all.
Yeah.
Or taking them over.
Yeah.
He's like, they burnt down the White House. I'm surprised he hasn't said that yet. Eventually it'll get to that point.
He's probably afraid.
Do you even know the history?
He's probably afraid to admit that because it would make America look so bad. So,
right.
But what he did say was Canada could cease to exist. He has said that. He's verbally said that. Canada...
Well, did you hear about what happened with Trudeau?
Tell us.
One of those Canadian lawmakers recorded a conversation with him where he's like basically crying. He's like, "You don't understand. He's serious. Trump is serious."
Yes. Yeah.
That's why he quit.
Yeah.
He's like, "You don't understand. He's serious. He's gonna take it. He's gonna take everything." And
yeah.
So they like made him look like the Canadian politicians made him look like worse than he already does.
Right. Poor bastard.
Well, he is. It's like, come on, dude. You folded on the first meeting with him before he was even president, dude. Chill.
Yeah. Yeah.
At least fake it. Jesus Christ.
No, that was bad.
But he's like a ski instructor. He can't handle conflict.
Yeah. Yeah. Poor bastard. Poor son of a bitch. Jesus. Yeah. No, I
thought that was funny.
That is. I mean, it's funny, but it's also it's tragic, and you can understand why he's fucking terrified. It's This is a guy who's like, oh my fucking God. This crazy motherfucker is
I mean, what would the Canadians do exactly? It's like, it's hard to say.
Well, as I said before, they are a member of NATO. Technically, Trump is pulling out of NATO. So if Trump truly pulls out of NATO and then attacks Canada, then NATO is theoretically obligated to defend Canada, meaning Europe has to theoretically defend Canada from Donald Trump.
Right.
So this is like, as I said...
But NATO would struggle to rebound from the lack of funding. Is that not the case?
Of course. I mean, this is like... this is why NATO...
So in that 2 or 3 years of rebounding, he's going to like lay waste to the place or something?
Oh God, it's like, first off, I think that
this is like nightmare level shit.
It is. This is a dystopian nightmare, and basically what's going to happen is that Europe is going to be forced to, re-galvanize itself. That's for certain. And but like I said, this time Germany and Britain are on the same side, and France, of course. They're all on the same side in this conflict, and in a two-front war against Russia and America, until Trump is no longer president. Of course, they are trying to install Trump for a third term. They're already putting in a motion so that Trump can run for a third term. So they're already putting that, getting this motion put through Congress, and they'd have to get it to win in both the House and the Senate and all this other shit. And but the fact that they're going through this effort, it shows you their intent is to make Trump a permanent a president for life. The interesting thing is, he's no spring chicken. Why are they so certain he's going to live that long, that the stress won't kill him?
Yeah, what are they going to do? Yeah, what are they going to do? Turn him into that fucking Transnistrian guy?
Yeah.
Like plug him in? Plug him into the wall or something?
Yeah, I mean, really, yeah. What is it they intend to do? It's absolutely bizarre.
It'll be like the Emperor from 40K.
Oh yeah, the God Emperor, which has always been a joke. He's on his golden throne, like his golden toilet. Right. That's always been a British joke. He sits on the golden throne. Yeah, that would be Trump. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they're trying to do.
Yeah, that's what they. But of course, he's gonna fail. He's gonna be like satire. It's like he can't make it.
Well, he already surpassed FDR in the amount of executive orders. I sent you that the other day.
Yes. Tell people about this.
So FDR was the reigning champ of executive orders with, I think, something like, it was like 93 or something like this.
Yeah.
And Trump's already surpassed him if you include his previous term.
Yeah.
So they're going to do the FDR shit, start a war, and then he's just going to be like, in a wheelchair with polio, just like calling the shots. That's like his dream or something. What the fuck?
Yeah,
There you go.
Maybe he's counting on them to find anti-agarthics or some kind of anti-aging serum or something. You know, him and Brian Johnson will get together. But Trump doesn't have the discipline to go through any of that shit. So, right.
If golfing made you live forever, he would never die.
Yeah.
Luckily, it doesn't work like that.
Yeah, he's doing something where he's spazzing out or something. They keep asking him why he's dancing. Sometimes I just have to dance. You know, what does that mean? He's on
amphetamines.
Yeah.
That's what that means.
Yeah.
Or whatever Musk is cooking up over there.
Yeah, that's right. They're both on something.
It's like a contact high.
Yeah.
Just being around that guy. He's like exuding ketamine from his pores.
Well, he looked awfully feeble when he was sitting down. When Trump was, he
has been lately. That's what I was saying last time we were on air.
Yeah. Okay.
He's like, in the last like year or two,
yeah,
he's been looking like a lot slower. And then even after the election, he looks gaunt, like he's sunken.
Yeah.
His face is sunken in, which is like possibly cancer or something. I don't know. Not that I'm wishing it on anyone. It's just strange.
I have no problem wishing cancer on Donald Trump, and especially Elon Musk.
What happens if he goes though? Isn't that worse potentially?
No,
there's no figurehead.
No. That's what Holly. Holly. I don't know why she was defensive about it. Like, I didn't say that. She was telling me she was all worried about. Oh, they're behind Vance and they'll put Vance in charge. And I said he even said he doesn't want Vance succeeding him. By the way, here's the numbers. I'm doing a screen share here. Here's the numbers. And
we're up.
Carl Lindbergh says Trump has aged tremendously since his first run. He looks old, and in that chair, he's sitting down while Elon Musk is standing up, and it just had the whole ambience was that he was a dying old man with just this feeble, doddering old man.
He was like the grandpa looking at the grandchild, like,
yeah.
He's so smart.
Yeah, like just enjoying those last, those golden years. Like he's enjoying the golden moments. Those golden years while the next generation's here. Yeah, and my legacy and shit. It's really weird. And Elon Musk behind him like this black shadow, like who's just draining him of essence. Just draining him of essence.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it's good. The numbers continue to go up. So what Brendan said about the War of 1812 is quite true. It's something that Trump nurtures a grudge about. And this is because, of course, basically it goes back to America losing. This was World War Zero. It's you understand that when it comes to folk myth, in the case of the Civil War, the American Revolution, folk myth is in accord with historical truth. These two events were the crucial events in many ways. The American Revolution was the shot heard around the world. Every revolution in the world was basically a follow-up on the American Revolution that happened ever since, even though the American Revolution was so patently different from all the rest that happened after. Well, only similar revolutions would be something like Rhodesia. Rhodesia would be an example that was very similar to the American Revolution, where you had a white minority of landowners. This is where the weirdness comes in that Brendan was bringing up. What was with the Brits? What was going on with South Africa? And but basically, I don't know if you're familiar at all with what happened in Rhodesia, Brendan, but in Rhodesia, you had a white...
I know why they left Rhodesia.
Why? What do you know about the Rhodesian situation?
Because they just let him become a dictator, essentially, right? They let they basically made it an imperial post where like the military was running it. Is that not the case?
Not really. Not really. It's Rhodesia was a case where you had a white minority that had settled in what is now Zimbabwe, and but they named it after Cecil Rhodes, which I will point out is basically an important point I will return to. But when it came to Cecil Rhodes and this British remnant of colonialism, The Brits were trying to decolonize. They were trying to withdraw, and the white people refused to leave Rhodesia. So when the white people refused to leave Rhodesia, and they said, fuck you, we're going to start our own nation, and it's a white minority nation in a black majority land, the British put them under siege. They actually placed them under sanctions, tried to blockade them, and but it was through Portugal and Mozambique. They were smuggling in goods to Rhodesia, and Rhodesia lasted for quite a while. And they fought a very fierce guerrilla war against the communist insurgency. The Soviets were supplying all of the black insurgencies in southern Africa. And so when the Soviets were supplying all the black insurgencies in southern Africa, and the Americans were basically going into this mode of divest from South Africa because of the horrors of apartheid, the Americans were going against their own geostrategic interests. They were going against the fact of strategic metals being available in South Africa, so many other things that they were getting that you needed to build aircraft materials. The light aircraft materials South Africa has. In fact, the danger was if South Africa fell to Russian influence in those days under the Soviets, then the Russians, this greater Soviet empire, would have had a near monopoly on certain strategic metals. And this was, so when the Americans went against their own best interests, and they said they were doing this for a moral cause, basically you had this sudden upheaval of populist anti-racism, where the people in America felt that the apartheid state, which in Dutch means apartheid, the apartheid state was wrong, that the blacks did not have a right to vote, that the whites had a monopoly on the majority of the resources. It didn't matter that the quality of life was arguably higher for blacks in South Africa than anywhere else in Africa. That was not what mattered to most Americans. They just felt that these blacks in South Africa were not free. But it was a fact that more blacks in South Africa under apartheid drove cars than anywhere else in Africa. It was a fact that more blacks had jobs in South Africa than anywhere else in Africa. It was a fact that the blacks were, shall we say, under a system of extreme racism that oppressed them politically, but at the same time, economically, their quality of life was, they had a lot to lose, and they lost it all. They lost it all because the Americans said do away with apartheid. And then the communists moved in. So then when the communists moved in under Nelson Mandela, who was an ardent communist, they basically fucked it all up and destroyed it. And the economy went to shit. It became the AIDS capital of the world, the rape capital of the world, one of the most violent places in the world.
Right.
It went to shit. And but in Rhodesia, you had a system that was, some people considered more extreme, but that was one in which the Americans didn't hear much about because it rose and fell before the Americans got into all this racial consciousness shit. It was basically a white minority government fighting viciously against a Soviet insurgency and generally winning. Militarily, they won, but in the end, they were sanctioned out of existence and basically collapsed economically. And then the black communists took over. And when the communists took over, it's been a catastrophe ever since. I mean, just the inflation rates are just unbelievable. They're printing like $100 billion bills in Zimbabwe now. It's like, I'm not kidding. It's something outrageous. It's like $1 trillion bill. I think it's the only place that produces $1 trillion bills. It's like just outrageous shit. They're unlivable. I mean, they're both places that are unlivable. But in South Africa, you still have a bunch of whites.
$100 trillion.
Yeah, it just, yeah, it's
sorry,
just,
that's fucked up. But,
oh yeah, just outrageous.
Holy shit.
Outrageous shit.
Yeah. Oh, they recently replaced it though. Zimbabwe Gold, ZIG.
Yeah.
April 2024. You know.
Yeah.
Another experimental hellhole.
Yes, yes, socially, yes, they're truly a communist, collectivized hellhole that, now in South Africa, the only reason they're eating is because the whites dominate at least 70% of the farmland. And the whites are
Oh,
producing the food. And that's the only thing that keeps South Africa, from the brink of starvation. If all the whites left South Africa, and just like they did Zimbabwe, you experience mass famine, North Korea style, all over again, because
right.
the communists will collectivize, and we've seen the results of collectivized agriculture. It doesn't work, and everybody starves. So yeah,
Right.
it's the there's every
Yeah, that's
reason.
curious. I mean,
Yeah.
is there a way to manage it? I mean, obviously the Earth can produce enough. It's just the humans are fucking it up.
Yes,
You know,
the humans are fucking it up every way imaginable.
so it's like there must be a balance point. It's just,
Yeah, but in the case of South Africa, I've always wanted for there to be just a white reestablishment in a geographic region that would be a white Africa. They have every reason, they have every, shall I say, right to do that, because, they've been there for hundreds of years at this point. So, I mean,
right.
to say that, the whites don't belong in Africa, that have been there for generations, that for over a period of well over 100 years, that's like, that would be like saying the blacks have no right to be in America. That's like saying, oh, the blacks have
Right.
no right to be in America. Well, they've been here so long, they can't readapt to Africa. You have to accept them as black Americans. But this sense of moral righteousness led the Americans to fuck something up without any replacement. There was no replacement for it. So the enemy moved in, the communists, and they basically, now it's more and more of a communist Chinese satellite state more than anything else. So the communist
Yeah.
Chinese have moved in,
Hence,
and
hence bricks and all that shit.
yes, hence bricks and all
Yeah.
that shit. Yes, so the communist Chinese have moved in and basically
In India, I don't know why they even chose to do that. Like, it's just so dumb.
It's because they're, like I said,
So
they're
stupid.
they're so desperately trying to play all sides. They
Yeah.
want to play all sides, and
Doesn't work.
yeah, no, it doesn't work. You've got to take a stand. And what I resent about India is they're so chicken shit that they're doing all kinds of heavy business with Taiwan, and Taiwan says, "Why don't you recognize Taiwan?" And no, we will never recognize Taiwan because we don't want
Yeah,
to get
but they
into.
supposedly hate China. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's just
but they
like,
supposedly hate China. So since you're planning on a potential war with China, because China's obviously very aggressive in your northeast, and not only that, China's supporting Pakistan. I mean, there is nothing friendly about China, and it's in what it's doing around India. It's supporting Pakistan, India's blood enemy, 100%. So, in that sense, Pakistan,
yeah.
India should react and go all the way and just say, well, if you support Pakistan, we support Taiwan, right? But no, it's just chicken shit,
Yeah, of course not.
yeah, walking the middle ground. Gotta admit, they're like, India's like a big, fat rabbit waiting to be slaughtered, because we were talking about the Naxalites, and the Naxalites,
Yes.
they may have wiped out a bunch of them, but it's an insurgency, so they're like,
Yes.
that's still going to be an issue until probably, like I said, there's a division between India, East and West, to say the least, in terms of the communists, because the communism is so strong in many parts of India. That's still one of the places in the world where people name their children after Stalin and Lenin and Mao and shit. So
Yeah, that's what the joke I made last time. It was like, do these people know that Mao's dead? Or something? Like,
they may
are
not.
they like,
They
are they
may-
like lying to them, saying we're still fighting?
Yeah,
Our
they may.
chairman.
Seriously, they may not, because when you take a look at India, the mentality is so different. By the way, everyone knows, Brendan knows far more about this than I, but what I can tell you, and Brendan will validate this for me, Brendan will verify it for me, I don't know what it's like in India right now, but when I first got familiar with India, it was in the 80s. And I've never been to India, but I do know that India had a television culture where politicians were running on their reputations as the gods they had been portraying on Indian television. In other words, they were remember this? They were portraying gods on Indian television, and people came to basically accept these actors as like a manifestation of the god they were playing, and then they would run on that ticket like, hey, you know me, I played, you know, you can give me an example. I'm afraid.
Yeah, like he was like Vishnu or something.
Yeah,
Krishna. Or
yeah.
And, no, that was real. That's real.
Yeah, and so when you have,
and then it turned into just Bollywood being that. You know?
Yes.
Now they just hire Bollywood people for government.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, and so, but in India, that would be the place. Say, for instance, why did the Americans consider, you know, Subhash Chandra Bose? Remember Subhash Chandra Bose?
Yes, of course.
You know, all the Americans were really scared about this guy because Subhash Chandra Bose they knew
he's like wiped out from the historical record.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's like, holy shit.
But the Americans knew he didn't need to be alive. Because the Americans knew in India, all you needed was some charismatic guy who looked like him, who came back and said, I am Subhash Chandra Bose.
I'm the reincarnation.
Yes, I am the reincarnation. And if he's charismatic enough and intelligent enough and can swing it, he could do it. And he could turn India fascist. You know, it's like, that's why the Americans were yeah.
Too bad. They need to hurry up.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. But with what went on in India is something where with the Naxalites, you can bet, I can, you know, I would bet.
That's why I made the joke.
Yeah, that the majority of them think Mao is still alive. And that, you know, that he's coming back. Or
it just doesn't make sense otherwise. He's like, right?
Yeah. It's either that or they're indoctrinated in the ideology and they say he lives through the ideology. But no, I think it's more basic.
I don't see the Indians working off that.
Yeah, no.
To be honest.
It's more like they think he's still alive and that, you know.
Or like you said, like they're like trying to hold ground for him to get reincarnated.
Yes, true. Truly.
There's no other explanation why they would just be like, still fighting. It's like, dude, he's been dead for what, like almost 50 years now?
Oh yeah.
Like, holy shit.
And it's but then again it's
sickly funny.
Yeah. Well, it's Asian India, of course. I respect this kind of, you know, it's a whole different world, and you've got to like realize your perspectives in the West are not the same. You cannot operate on, you know, your assumptions when you go to India. That's you've entered a different world, and
it's the most foreign. Like it's the most foreign.
It is. That's why Brendan did a real job in, you know, being able to understand India. Brendan has bridged worlds. You really have bridged worlds with that.
Well, past life has a lot to do with it, but you know. It's just it can't be explained in one life because I've never been there or dealt with it other than, you know, philosophically. But anyways, what was I going to say about that? Oh yeah, so it's like, you know, like from here, you know, from America, you go to England, it's not really, it's foreign, but it's not that foreign. Right?
Yeah.
Or you go from here to Poland, it's like foreign, but it's not that foreign. You know, but you go from here to India, it's a whole nother dimension. Right?
Yes.
You know, literally. So,
yes.
Yeah, it's just, you know.
Yeah. No,
it's a whole different thing. Whole different system, spirituality, everything.
Yes. It's you're not in Kansas anymore. That's so when it comes to again a real alien place to the rest of the world, America, and what we were speaking of with America, basically as I've said, when it comes to like what Brendan observed, going back to the War of 1812, which was World War Zero, the Napoleonic conflicts, which was the first true European World War, and I mean World War in the sense that the field of battle was global during the Napoleonic conflict. You had a situation in which America was on the losing side, and in that war, America's capital was sacked by the Canadians, burned to the ground. And Trump is still bitter and salty about that. Trump really wants to avenge America. And in a sense, you've got to give Trump credit. He truly is rooted in history more than any precedent before him. In a sense, he's obsessed with it. Yeah, he is.
It must be the family. It must be the family connection.
It is. It's got to be. It's just his family connection is such that they really instilled this in him, where he takes America's historical defeats as personal affronts. Yeah. Yes, these are personal affronts to him. And what he's doing, unlike myself, people might accuse me of trying to refight World War II and having the Axis win. That's never been my stance. My stance has always been the Axis won. That's or rather, Japan won, and you're still at war with Germany or the Nazi government in exile, rather. And so, if people think that I'm trying to refight World War II in a manner that the Axis wins, you don't understand what I'm saying at all. But Trump is trying to refight the American Civil War and win it for the South, and in this way create a.
Is that perhaps because they can't re-win World War II?
Yeah, it's
like they did that like they can't beat Japan and Germany.
I think that while Trump is aware of World War II, I really think that his consciousness has never evolved to that point historically where he's at World War II. I think he's still stuck.
It almost seems like that, doesn't it? It's very odd.
Yes, it's like, because you never really hear him say Japs or Nazis. He's never said that. It's like World War II does not exist for Donald Trump.
Yeah, it's odd.
He's stuck in the Civil War. And so, whereas I would be operating on World War II time to a great degree, which is logical because I'm arguing that World War II never ended with the Third Reich, he is operating on the Civil War never ending. And that for him it never ended. So, and that's the way it was in the
Union?
I'm sorry?
Didn't the Russians side with the Union?
They did. Yes, they did. That's what makes it so bizarre. But then again, understand that Russia of Putin is not Russia of the Tsar. Russia of Putin is siding with the Confederacy. You see, the Tsar sided with the Union because he was against secession on principle. In other words, to the Tsar, everything was Russia. Remember, there were no constituent republics. There was no, fuck that shit. There's no constituent republics in the Tsarist realm. It was like, it's all Russia. So the idea of someone seceding is anathema to Russia under the Tsar. So in terms of, that's why they sided with the Union. But when it comes to the Confederates, now Putin's on their side because he is, along with Trump, trying to realize Spike Lee's film. What was it called? Simply Dixie or The South Won or something like that. But Spike Lee made a film about a Confederate victory. And even though I don't remember the title, probably because it was so generic, I do remember the film pretty strongly because that was the only thing Spike Lee ever did that was worth a damn. But when it comes to the South, we know why the South, in the South, the Civil War never ended. And I went over that in the hour before they cut me off, which was basically that it's very close to us in time still, in a sense. It's only been a few decades since the death of the last Civil War veteran. But in the states of the old Confederacy, it remains the war. When they talk about the war, they don't mean World War II. They mean, and they don't mean Vietnam. They mean the Civil War. Because in those 4 years between 18... Yeah, go on.
CSA.
Yeah, CSA, Confederate States of America. Oh, the name of the Spike Lee movie. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. No, what? It's such a stupid title.
The title was better,
Yeah, it's so generic. Yeah, and basically 600,000 Americans died by violence alone in the Deep South. And as I said, that's over. If you take a look at that's 1/4 or 25% of the free adult males who were lost in that war. And in many areas of the lower South, that proportion reached over 50% of free adult males
Another weird thing
died. Yeah, go on.
is like Trump's family.
Yeah.
Aren't they Northerners? Like, or were they carpetbaggers or something secret?
His family, I know for a fact, was involved with the Klan. But so we do know that they were German immigrants, and their original name was Drumpf. Drumpf, Drumpf, Drumpf.
Right.
And but we know that the grandfather started off opening bordellos in the Barbary Coast. In other words, he came with the gold rush to the West. So he was in the San Francisco and then ultimately the Pacific Northwest regions where he was running bordellos. So he was a big pimp. And but somehow the Klan got involved because when the Klan expanded at the time of, who was it? Warren Gamaliel Harding. Warren Gamaliel Harding was a Klansman. So Harding ran against Franklin Delano Roosevelt as a Klansman and defeated Franklin Delano Roosevelt by exposing Delano Roosevelt's atrocities against blacks as so egregious that even as a Klansman, he looked like a saint compared to Roosevelt.
It was a moderate.
Yes. Yeah, because Roosevelt had personally led the Marine Corps expedition down to the Haiti, which almost nobody knows about, and that was World War I on the American front. The Americans accused the Haitians of siding with the Germans, and Roosevelt personally led the Marines because he was the assistant secretary to the United States Department of the Navy. So as the assistant secretary to the Navy, he was in charge of the Marine Corps. And so he used that as his expeditionary force and took them down to Haiti and slaughtered the Haitians. Bless me. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And so because of that Warren...
Man, they always got to beat up the Haitians. Like, it's just crazy.
Oh, it's awful. They hate them. And so one of the things I pointed out about Gamaliel Harding was that when Harding defeated Trump and he became president, he had the shortest presidency in American history, shorter than Kennedy's, before he was killed by his... what's that? He was killed by his wife. Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, his wife killed him. She ordered all of the records of his presidency incinerated at the Presidio Military Base Library. He's one of the only presidents without a presidential library because she had all of his records taken to the Presidio Military Base Library and burned.
How did you find out about this?
You can look it up yourself. You can look it up.
This is public.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah. And
we don't know about this guy? Or?
What's that?
Is that why we don't have to learn about this guy?
Yeah, pretty much. That nobody remembers. His wife hated his guts. He was like holding these long boozy parties and treated her like a servant at a time of national prohibition. Well, it was state level prohibition at the time. Different states were wet, different states were dry, but the capital was supposed to be dry. But he was holding all these boozy parties, and he would like bring in girls to fuck right in front of her, and treated her like she was a waitress. And she's, she basically poisoned one of his drinks. And, he was in San Francisco at the time. And so, when he started to die, and then she had all his records brought to San Francisco. And they said, are these for the presidential library? And she said, just burn them. They took them to Presidio and burned them all the records about him. So he has no presidential library, and almost nobody knows about Warren Gamaliel Harding. But because he was a Klansman, the Klan grew exponentially because he gave a presidential mandate for the Klan to expand. And so they expanded in the Pacific Northwest like crazy because these were all the lunatics who had participated in the Spanish-American War that they couldn't resocialize, that were let loose in the Pacific Northwest. And all these people bought up all the land, all these fucking Filipino war veterans. They were white Americans, but they had fought in the Philippines, which was the first American Vietnam. This is where Americans were first getting high on opium and doping themselves out in combat and fighting against an enemy that was implacable, the Filipino Muslims. And the Filipino Muslims, known as the Huks in particular, were relentless in their assaults and forced the Americans to develop the Colt 45 with stopping power enough to stop the Filipino hooks, who would tourniquet their limbs so that when their limbs got blown off, they would just tighten the tourniquet and keep on fighting as their limbs were blown off. So it's like the Americans were fighting against this kind of phenomenon, and were all doped out on opium sold to them by the Chinese in the Philippines in order to keep themselves in combat, shall we say, numbness, keep themselves numbed in combat. And when they came home, the majority of them were simply not socialized. And as a result, they were given all this land in the Pacific Northwest just so no one would have to deal with them. And that's where the Klan exploded. And that's where Trump's Klan connections come in. Does that make sense now?
It makes sense, but how did he get back to New York?
I don't remember that. God knows. That's Peter Moon territory. Remember Peter Moon kept talking about him and Citizen Cone? Yeah, and then Cone liked him because he was gay. And it's like, no shit, you know, just like you, Peter. That's why you know all about this. Yeah, at any rate, I'm sharing screen. So, good. We're going between 18 to 20. We did hit 20, then it's going back to 18, but it goes back up to 20 views, 43. So we're hitting the point where we'll go into deep monologue very soon.
Okay, yeah, carry on. No.
Yeah, but definitely want you to keep participating for as long as you can stand it. But in terms of, Trump, he is a Klansman, and because of that, to him, his affiliation is with the South. And so that's why Trump thinks of the Civil War as his war. And I was pointing out the fact that in the South, we understand why the South won't let go of the war, because the casualties they suffered exceeded the losses that gutted France for 2 generations after World War I. And the losses suffered in the American South were equal to those inflicted on Germany during the 30 Years' War. So basically, that war and...
So it's unfair, like, say, the South is all backwards and shit. It's like there's a reason why it's all messed up.
Yes. Well, again... go on. Finish your thought. They glitched you. Let's see if we can...
That part, man.
Yeah. They're glitching you like mad. They're really cutting you off. So let's see if we can...
I said that part makes sense.
Thank you. Yes, very important, and you're sounding infinitely better. So, but when it comes to the American occupation of the American South after that, that's the first time the North American continent suffered a foreign occupation and the taste of impoverishment and humiliation that follows defeat in a major war. I mean, remember what I said about the United States? You know when a nation's been defeated by the United States because they're impoverished. Like what happened to everyone who's fought the United States other than Japan and Germany, which came out on top. But the South was left impoverished as if it were Nicaragua or some banana republic that had been pillaged and looted by the United States. That's, and again, it's like a South Africa situation. Not to defend chattel slavery, not to say the blacks had it good in the Deep South at all. But the fact remains that the economy that was functional was completely wrecked, gutted, and never replaced. There was no replacement for the economy the South had. So you were left with this like third world situation in the South. Much like what happened when and by the way, I don't know how aware you are of this, but when blacks were given the right to vote, they overwhelmed the southern states' governments. And as a result, even the whites in the North were terrified because they said, shit, we're going to have a black nation down south. That's why they pulled out their occupation and said, okay, we're ending Reconstruction and let the Klan take over. Because do you think the whites wanted a black South where you had a black majority running the various governments? Because that would have been part of the United States where their votes would have affected the Electoral College and you would have had a black president. That's in time.
There you go. Yeah.
In time.
And all that jazz, right?
What was that?
But hence the gerrymandering.
Yes, thank you. Very good. Yes, I'll always remember that they're going to try and cut, or there's something about your cell reception or something like that. But as I was pointing out, this is where the killer comes in. The real killer comes here. The effects on the North, they were less painful, but they were nearly as drastic. And the point that I was making just before they cut me off, the point I was making was that before the Civil War, the United States government literally had only a few thousand civil servants, and they were almost all in the United States Post Office. Basically, it was the post office that ran federal property in transit, meaning that anyone who mailed anything, for the moment that it was in mail, so long as it was in delivery, it was federal property. So every postman was a sworn officer of the federal government, and they were armed. So they were sworn to kill, to use lethal force if necessary, to defend federal property, which was the U.S. mail. And so to be a postman was to be the equivalent of today of being a federal agent. You were someone who had the power to kill to protect federal property, which was to get the mail from point A to point B. That's how important the mail was, because we didn't have anything else. And that was the majority of the U.S. government, was the United States Postal Service. That was like a military, or at least a paramilitary force unto itself. And all of that changed with the Civil War. By the way, I'm going to share screen again, just so you can see this. So if you take a look at the studio now, we're up to 20. See, 20 concurrent viewers, 47 views. And so, yeah, we're back near normal rates. Yeah, it took an hour and a half, but we got back. And so I do want people to know that when it came to the federal government, before the Civil War, it levied practically no direct taxes. It had no impact, or very little, on the economy apart from land sales. And between that War of 1812 that Brendan Zoget mentioned and the election of Abraham Lincoln, an American would normally live his or her entire life without any contact with the central government. Nobody really saw the government as anything other than a symbol in a faraway swamp known as Washington, D.C., that had nothing to do with them. It was the state governments that were more important in everyday affairs, and local county authorities more crucial than either. Most of your life depended on the sheriff the further out west you went. And immigration brought in many Irish and Germans, but outside the coastal cities, virtually everyone who wasn't a Native American or a Redskin Indian, as they would have called them, would be what we would call a WASP, a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. That's America north of the slave states was as ethnically homogenous as England, France, or Germany. And contrary to myth, the antebellum North was not any land of industry either. There were a growing number of factories, but the overwhelming majority of the people lived on the land, or in small market towns and villages. And throughout most of the North, and much of the South for that matter, a solid majority of the population consisted of independent, property-owning farmers and their families. And most of the rest were equally self-sufficient craftsmen, small traders, professionals serving the farm population. Those who worked for wages were a very small minority. Most Northerners, Republicans most particularly, regarded financial independence as an essential characteristic of any free citizen. And this was the classic America that Trump wants to return to, that his base wants to return to. The America of Emerson and Thoreau, of Mark Twain's Mississippi, and the Currier and Ives print. And
how did the government, stockpile weapons and all that? Like, where did they get the money for that? It's
the Civil
the original
War.
Federal government.
It was the Civil War. All that basically, see, what happened was that that America that now lives only in myth, that America died at Fort Sumter as surely as the Old South. By the end of the conflict, both sides had become centralized bureaucratic states, complete with conscription, heavy taxation, massive deficit spending. Deficit financing would be the better term for it, and government intervention in the economy by force of circumstance. The protective tariffs of the late 19th century heavy industry boom were legacies of the Civil War, as was the Transcontinental Railroad, because, as I've said before, the American Civil War was a railroad war. Every major battle happened within 10 miles of track. It had to, because that was how they supplied their forces. So it's within just a generation of Appomattox, the United States had its first mass proletariat, whose near insurrection in the Great Strikes and Riots of 1877, just 101 years after the foundation of the United States, raised genuine fears of revolution that lasted into the 1930s. So the road to the urban industrial state, the great power status, had finally been taken. Many of the most crucial technological innovations of the period, particularly in mass production, were American. The unusual combination of huge resources and high per capita incomes made the United States economy a pioneer for the entire industrializing world. So by 1914, when World War I in Europe started, the European states could no longer ignore the United States in their calculations of sheer power because of the enormous size and productivity of the American economy, and population made it the decisive factor. In fact, without American intervention, Germany would have been guaranteed to have won World War I, and there would have been no World War II. And without American intervention, Germany would have emerged as the unquestioned victor of World War II on the surface world. And that united, uniquely powerful America was a product of the Civil War. Just understand that the Confederates, I could go into what would have happened in a Confederate victory, but basically, I can guarantee you that an independent Confederate States of America would have been militantly expansionist. It would have conquered southward into Mexico and the Caribbean. What resistance could it possibly have met? And they had the ideology. You had the pro-slavery ideologues, men like George Fitzhugh, who wrote the book titled Sociology for the South, that gave Republicans invaluable propaganda by advocating the enslavement of all dependent laborers, regardless of race. That's why the Republican ideology emerged.
Shit, yeah.
Yes, thanks to a man named Fitzhugh.
Well, we know our future, yeah.
Yes, that's what the Republican ideology is today. It's just an aggressive and militarist, aristocratic republic, deeply hostile to 19th century liberalism. That's what Trump's world is.
To what end, though? What if everyone's enslaved? I mean, what's your game? What's the game, you know?
Well, you're talking about an elite white aristocracy, or people who have accomplished cultural whiteness. Like I can guarantee you, if some black or Hispanic plays the game and they make it to the top of the ranks, they would offer them plastic surgery to whiten their skin. That's what it would be so important to maintain that bleach. They
already pulled that shit. Yeah, they already pulled that shit with what's his name? What was that guy's name from?
The guy who died, Michael Jackson.
Yeah. Oh, him too. But that was different. He was just.
The general. What's his name? Colin Powell. Colin Powell turned white. Too, yeah. Shit. Yeah. All these guys.
Yeah, like over time he got like more white or something.
Oh, it was disgusting.
Like, come on, dude.
It was disgusting. Yeah, and So when it comes to America today under Trump, this is the America that Trump is aiming for, is to go back in time. That's why I'm saying he might not think, oh, if Taiwan collapses and the world economy collapses and we no longer have the technology, he's thinking that's more ideal. In his mind, he might honestly think that, okay, millions will die, but we go back to the farmlands and, we can run these massive plantations. I honestly believe this is Trump's vision of an ideal future, which is totally at ends. And then he says, and I'll let Crazy Musk take everybody else to Mars. Crazy Musk can take all the people who love their technology to Mars. It makes sense. Do you understand
no, it makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
It's like an anime. It's like a fucked up anime.
Yes, thank you. That's what it is.
It's like a fucked up anime plot line.
Yes, it's an anime plot line. It can't be real, but it is.
Yeah, but unfortunately, here we are.
Yes, this is where we're at. This is what we're contending with, people. So by all means, I want people to understand the gravity of the situation, and so we definitely want to use that as the foundation. I do want to remind people it's Abe Lincoln's birthday, and remember, he's an American Stalin. He suspended habeas corpus. He put thousands of people suspected of sympathizing with the South in prison without trial. They all would have stayed there forever had he remained president, or at least as long as he was president. It was only his assassination that set them free. You could consider him the last fatality, or the last official fatality of the American Civil War. And if a Confederate state soldier hadn't blown his brains out, he would have deported all of the blacks back to Africa. That's how Liberia was formed, for those of you who don't know. It's where Lincoln had first started sending blacks into Africa like it was a biological landfill. And he was dumping his bio-waste product there. And he wanted all the blacks out, period, after freeing them. So it was
They still use the American dollar there.
Oh yeah,
the currency.
Yeah, poor people, and poor people. It's just such a nightmare. It was okay for a long time. It was a good place to, in Africa. It was a good place in Africa for a long time. Then it went to shit. The Americans sent some American master sergeant, black American, to take over, and that's what fucked it up. The first time they had, some American black guy running the place, it's like it never went back. It descended into cannibalism. Literally descended into cannibalism.
Yeah, I don't doubt that at all.
Yeah, just a horror story.
From what I've seen of Liberia, it's like, it's pretty destitute in a way.
So sad. So sad.
It sucks, but...
Yeah, and they fly the American flag. It's the American flag with a single star.
Star, yeah.
Yeah, they consider themselves the 51st American state. Yeah, they would have been enormous, a much larger population base. Basically, all of America's blacks if Lincoln's brains hadn't been blown out. So, American blacks can be thankful for a Confederate state soldier doing that. And really should be. History is complicated. And so everyone should understand that history is not black and white, but at the same time, you do have to take a stand. And that's why India, their leadership is so chicken shit. It's like, oh, let's be friends with America, but not alienate China. And it's like, what a crock, and then still being part of BRICS.
Cheesy as hell.
Yeah, still being part of BRICS. So fucking cheesy.
Yeah, like what could they possibly gain from that? That's what I don't understand.
Well,
Brazil, Russia.
Yeah.
It's like...
Well, for a while it made sense. During the Cold War, it made sense because Pakistan was backed by the Americans.
Is that how old it is?
Right? No.
Oh,
BRICS is new. BRICS is new.
Okay.
But
it's just a carryover from that time.
It's kind of, yes, because during the Cold War, what made sense was that America was supporting Pakistan, so Asian India sided with Russia. And the Greater Soviet Union gave it most of its weapons, and this was back in the day when everybody thought the Russians were kick-ass and the Russian military could never be defeated. And so the Indians based the majority of their logistics, their chain of command, their way of war was based on emulating the Greater Soviet Union. And so the Asian Indians had this massive Soviet-styled army, but their navy was based on the British, and they were even buying used British aircraft carriers. As a matter of fact, Britain sold enough of those kinds of ships to India, where India had a stellar World War II navy. If India had taken its modern navy back to World War II times, it would have been one of the major players in World War II. With the navy that it accumulated after World War II, it had. But such being said, the Asian Indians, on the other hand, you look at what happened in Ukraine when the Russian war machine got chewed up to shit and all of their weapons proved to be just pieces of shit. India's stuck with all that. You know, India's got all these old Soviet pieces of shit, and this is why they're so chicken shit with China. They're like, oh my God, we've got this whole warfighting system based on emulating the Soviets, and look at how bad they're faring. We can't win a war with China until we totally refurbish our military and totally retrain our forces along a different line of thought. So this is what I can understand why India is doing what it's doing, but why the BRICS? BRICS is Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, and that's just stupid. That's just none of these people have anything to offer, and India is really the only one with a growing techno middle class that is technologically educated to move into, you know, the new age technologically. They could do better than that. They could do better than.
That's what I always thought. It just doesn't make sense. It's like,
yeah.
It's like you're joining like that, you know, that comic book like supervillain league in the swamp. It's like, what the fuck?
Thank you.
The League of Evil. It's like, what's the point of that?
Yes, thank you. What the fuck is wrong, India? Yeah, it's like, and like I said, then, you know, and then the
Indian government's just really anyone who knows about it or like has to deal with it, it knows it's all backwards as fuck. It's like nothing works.
Thank you. It's
and I had one of our meditation members. He's an Indian guy, but he lives in Florida. He's like a tech guy. He made his money in Cali, then he moved to Florida and stuff like that for his family or something. And he just got back from India recently, and he's like, and we're like, oh, how's India? And he's like, it's horrible. he's like, I don't know how anyone lives there. It's like, it's the worst place ever. Because it's just tough to live in that system. You know?
Where was he? Where was
he? Born there.
Yeah, where was
Southern India, so Hyderabad or something like that.
I mean, because you know, if he was in the capital, it'd be just as hard. I was thinking maybe he was in New Delhi, and the air is just unbreathable. And
it's like that everywhere. It's like pollution's crazy.
Oh God.
Dealing with the people is insane. The bureaucracy is dumb. Like literally, these they call it an uncleocracy because like all the old unks will come out and just make up rules on the fly and like hate on younger people, or just like once the government says no, it's like there's no like during COVID, it was like once they said you can't go out of your house, there was no like exemptions. It was like you just can't go out of your house. Hello?
Yeah, they got you there for a second. You're there.
Yeah,
you're there now.
No, it's like don't worry, we're not bashing COVID. It's just, this is historical fact. It's like, it's just like when they would like not let anyone out of the house. It was just like blanket rule, like with no logic applied at all. So that's how the Indian government runs, is like once there's a rule, like you can't leave your house, like people were dying because they couldn't get food and water. It was just like, it's just so dumb. Like, nothing works there. So he was just saying like how bad, just even daily life there is annoying.
That's why,
even for someone that's grew up there.
Thank you.
Hellhole.
That's why I think, in my opinion, I think a balkanized India would do much better than India as a emergent superpower. I mean, when you're dealing with
definitely.
Thank you. Definitely. When you're dealing with over 1 billion people, it's you know, that's the problem. These mandates. They're going to kill people.
Right.
Yeah, and
it's totally ungovernable. It's like there are people out in the countryside that like they never even talk to these bureaucrats or anything like ever once.
Of course not.
They just farm and live and they're like tribes and stuff. So there's no point in having like a one-size-fits-all system.
Mm-hmm.
And the republic thing obviously isn't working.
Yeah.
Or whatever they have. What is it? Is it technically a republic?
It's a republic, but it's a democracy. It's a parliamentary democracy. It's supposed to be the world's largest democracy, but at the same time, that's gone out the window under Modi. I mean, so it's it's just basically it fared better under Nehru, under Congress India, because at least they considered themselves to be several different bodies of populations, and that's why I also. We would have to go into it another time maybe, but I don't understand the dichotomy. What happened there? Yeah, and what happened is,
like, was that Gandhi's fault?
It's now they mention it. Yeah,
I want to blame him. I want to blame him for something.
It's I would. The
most disgusting thing I've ever seen in person was I went to in Honolulu.
Yeah.
Like right by the ocean, they had a statue of Gandhi, and I was just like, why do they have this? This is like,
thank you.
So cringe. Like,
yes. Yes. Thank you.
That was like one of the few things where I saw it and I was just like, this has got to go.
Thank you. Yes.
Fucking stupid.
Yeah, Gandhi's awful, and
right.
He's
forget about General Lee. Like, get this shit out of here. Like, why is he even on American soil? That's my question. Like, what did he do for us?
Yeah, bizarre. And it's like, people push that shit where it's like, oh man.
Yeah, when we were younger, they would pull that shit like, like these are the people for peace, and they'd put them up there with like MLK and shit, and it's just like, really?
Yes, thank you. Yeah,
he was the most racist fucker ever.
Yes.
Like, after I found out what he did in South Africa, it was just like all that peace shit was all out the door.
Yes, thank you.
Fucking loser.
Thank you. Not to mention how he treated his young wives and how he was a misogynist.
And his cousin.
Yes. Oh, yes. Thank you. Thank you.
That was underage or something.
Yes, yes. Like, allowed his wife to die. Wouldn't allow her to, take antibiotics. That kind of shit.
Yeah, Mother Teresa style.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck, man.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, they're real saints, aren't they?
Yeah. It's definitely, no, there's very little to celebrate there. But now that we're entering the monologue phase, Brendan will participate as long as he can stand it. He's going to interject, as long as he has energy, and then when he needs to go to sleep, I understand. But thank God that he waited with us till we got the numbers back up, and we're forging ahead. And I do again.
Yeah, well, I'll let you carry on because I'll just get off topic. So just carry on. And...
Hey, don't worry about getting us off topic, because I'll be turning to you to ask you questions every once in a while just to see if you're awake. And if you don't respond after a while, you fall asleep. That's cool. That's fine. Okay. Just do me a favor, leave your phone on the charger. That way we got the call maintained until I end
until
this.
Someone else shows up.
Until someone else shows up or I end the live stream. But I do want to say, almost sarcastically, considering what we've already said about Lincoln, happy 216th birthday, Abe. Today is Lincoln's birthday, or rather yesterday now, because we're now in tomorrow. We're now in Thursday.
Well, it could be our last celebration, last President's Day.
Yeah.
Trump slashed it all.
Yeah. Well, like I said, Trump's broke the fucking office. You might as well get rid of the presidency after Trump with just, I mean, seriously, the fact that one man has his finger on the button, on the nuclear button. Really? Really? We need to turn that over to a committee.
Well, the jarheads don't let it. They gave him a fake button.
Yeah. We
know that.
We hope. We fucking hope.
I know they did. They did.
Yeah. It's thank you. Let's all pray Brendan his conviction is true. Because I think of these people in such contempt. I give them credit for nothing.
You can't even imagine that.
Yeah, I can't even. Yeah, I think of them as so fucking stupid. That they would just, here's the button, and all right, and not that it would work, mind you. Not that half of it would work. As I mentioned before, a lot of this is just going to be a big fizzle. Because of the corruption here being.
Exactly. That's what's so funny. It's like they want to find out about waste of money. Just figure out how much we spend on fake nuclear weapons.
Thank you. Thank you.
There you go.
Yes.
Waste of money, my ass.
Yes. Everybody is so convinced with the faith of fucking God that these ICBMs are going to work based on computer modeling and or on computer models. It's not like anyone has ever launched an ICBM to another continent as a test. Where, like, hey, let's launch an IB.
Those computer models are all stupid anyway. They're just based on mathematics. And, like, even Tesla said, like, in mathematics, you can make a tree equal to a bird. But it's like, it doesn't work like that.
Yes.
In reality. And there's a good example, like, people that do CGI.
Yes.
Like, when they were doing the Hobbit CGI.
Yeah.
Peter Jackson's team, they were, like, these computer modelers, like the highest in the world, the top of their game, and they made this, the coins sliding off the dragon's hoard.
Yeah.
And Peter Jackson said, "What the fuck is this shit? It looks like shit," And they said, "No, this is mathematically exactly how coins would fall." And he said, "No, fuck that shit." So he had them go buy a bunch of coins and slide them down a hill. And then he said, "That's what it's supposed to look like. Fuck your math." And then they actually adjusted. Yeah, they adjusted it, and it actually looks normal. It actually looks good.
Thank you.
So, that's what the level that's at. It's just math is just theoretical.
Thank you.
It's not the end all be all.
No, it's important. Very important point, and well taken. And see, these are the points we need why we ask Brendan to participate. Today is Lincoln's birthday, or yesterday by now. It's a president Trump is fixated on, and the Senate has confirmed Tulsi Gabbard as our top United States intelligence official, while the healthcare industry is letting RFK Jr. cruise.
Wait, they let her in?
Oh, they did. They did. They did. So half of me wants to celebrate just because we're all going to die. Half of me wants to celebrate.
Wait, what is she doing? What is she doing?
She's our spy master. She's in charge of. She's over Aquino now. If Aquino were still alive as deputy director of NSA, he'd be answering ultimately to Tulsi Gabbard, who is a cultist of that Hindu that Chris Miller motherfucker that I told you about, or whatever his name is. I'd have to look it up again. Who went by that incredibly unpronounceable Hindu name. That she's a cult member of that cult, and she's now running all of our intelligence
organizations. I wouldn't even call them Hindu. It's like,
thank you.
What are those people?
Yeah,
they're
cultic. Yeah, they're a Krishna offshoot. They're a Krishna schism, Hare Krishna schism.
Yeah,
and they're maniacally homophobic. I know that much about them.
So it's not the same one as Shaiki Nakatan.
No, different one from that.
White-haired scums. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's like no, they're just a Tulsi Gabbard cult. We can look it up. Let's see if I can get my voice back while we look this up.
Oh, here, I can look it up. Just carry on.
Okay. Our man Brendan will look that up. In the meantime, she has been confirmed as our top U.S. intelligence official, while the healthcare industry is letting RFK Jr. cruise to confirmation, and a constitutional expert has revealed predictions for Trump's third term after Trump gamed the Super Bowl as his own personal brand activation. Yes, my son did make me scan through it. So I do want to say I did cultivate a few more thoughts about that. I will bring them up. But basically yesterday,
she visited Assad in 2017.
Yes! Wild shit!
Why would she do that?
Nobody knows! And she doesn't. She can't explain it herself.
If I did that, I would customs wouldn't even let me back in.
Oh yeah,
it's just what the fuck.
Oh yeah, you'd be.
So she's been a spy the whole time.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, but she's a spy for the other side. Yes, right. And now they're putting her in charge of our spies. So it's the biggest intelligence coup in history. It's like Putin's spy is now. Because she regurgitates Putin propaganda like a parry, and so
Science of Identity Foundation.
Yeah, and
Carol and Mike Gabbard are prominent figures in this group. Mm-hmm. So she was born into a cult and then joined another cult. Damn, this is some deep shit.
Yeah.
She's all fucked up.
Yeah. And she changed sides from Democrats to Republicans. She changes sides. So she's like a double, triple agent. She's like a.
I mean, she looks like an MK Ultra agent. Like, if you just look at her eyes, they're all fucking 1,000-yard staring.
There you go. And they put this woman in charge. We are in the apocalypse, people. It's the end of the world as you know it. This is. The lunatics are running the asylum. It's Aquino's greatest victory.
I like how they worded this. They targeted her over her religion. What, Satanism? Like,
yeah, no shit. No shit. Thank you. Thank you. This is like, it doesn't even
It's just one of those word salad articles that gives you no information. It's just like annoying quotes.
Yeah, thank you. It's
here, Yahoo. The one time Yahoo tells the truth.
Yeah.
Pictured at an altar to her wacky anti-gay guru.
Yes! Thank you. Thank you. Lovely.
Oh,
okay.
That's funny.
Yes. And it's so in terms of
okay, it's called his name is Butler, and his Science of Identity Foundation, which is an offshoot of the Hare Krishna movement, which is in of itself an offshoot of Hinduism.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
they're just calling him by his last name, Butler.
Oh, okay, Chris Butler. Yes, and
yeah.
Here we are. So let me do a screen share here. So I'm doing a screen share. Here we are. And this is the Atlantic magazine. And the Atlantic magazine says, what everyone gets wrong about Tulsi Gabbard. So here we are. There's
Trump's transition team said reporting on Gabbard and Butler was Hindu-phobic, in quotes.
Hindu-phobic. That's a new one. So here it is, man. Here it is. This is is the guy's name. This is the guy's name, right there.
This is the actual guru, not the Butler guy.
This is Chris Butler. Chris, see, read this out loud.
Oh, Jagat Guru. Yeah, you showed me this guy. Swada Swarnapanda.
Yes.
Pananda.
See, yeah. So read the paragraph. Read the paragraph, please.
The leader is Chris Butler, the foundation of an offshoot of the Hare Krishna movement in Hinduism. Which that whole sentence is fucked, but we'll go past it. Called the Science of Identity Foundation. Butler's followers know him as Jagat. It's spelled wrong, but I'm going to say it anyway. Jagat Guru Siddha Swarnarup Ananda Paramahansa. There you go. And Gabbard, who identifies as Hindu, has also called him her Guru Dev, or spiritual master. According to the website, the foundation promotes yoga meditation.
Oh, just like Radu Cinema. Like Radu Cinema. Come on. Yeah.
Oh, of course. To achieve spiritual and psychological enlightenment. Or physical, whatever that means.
That means he's fucking you. It means he's fucking you, Brandon. Yeah. What do you think? Yeah. That's physical enlightenment,
That's
baby.
what he told the chicks.
That's
what he told the chicks. This is physical enlightenment.
Yeah.
You know, you get my seed and shit.
Yeah.
Okay. But Butler, well known for his fervent and graphic sermons about the evils of gay sex.
What I don't understand is, if you're getting all that sex yourself, why do you care? Why do you care you're getting all this nookie?
Right.
Why do you care that a bunch of guys are into butt sex? Yeah, I would want more people to be gay, so I would get more women to attend my yoga courses.
Because it's like the Pete Scientology thing. It's like he suppressed it so much that it just has to erupt.
Thank you.
You know?
Thank you.
It's like, instead of being like, what is it called? Like getting past your, according to him, vices, quote unquote, they internalize it and it fucks them up.
Yeah, that's it. That's what it
They're
comes
like, I swear I'm not gay. That's why I hate it. You know?
Yeah, it's so stupid.
I hate it so much.
How about I'm not gay?
As they're watching
and
the dude with the cucumber. And
thank you.
Yes, I hate it.
Yes, I hate it. But they can't stop watching.
Why won't you stop watching? Because I hate it. It's evil, man.
Thank you. How about I'm not gay,
wrong.
so I never give it a thought. I'm not gay myself, so I don't care about these guys and what they do to each other. So long as it's
I don't
consensual.
think I've been walking down the street and like paralyzed, like, oh, so much gay. Oh, it hurts.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. That's how these guys are, though. And what does the sentence go on?
What the fuck? Oh, yeah, the last part. Some former devotees have called the secretive group a cult.
No shit.
It's like what my uncle was doing with me.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you're meditating? You visited your guru? You're a fucking piece of shit. You
Well,
know?
that's different.
Cultist.
You're doing this on your own, whereas these people
Right.
are in a mass. That's what makes a cult. Yeah, that's.
And we never had to do yoga while bending down in front of someone.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, well, your uncle's
All we
just an
did was
idiot.
garden and play guitar. It was
There
just
we
like,
are. Thank you.
This is so cheesy.
Yes.
But now look, he voted in these guys that
Yes.
are like actual cultists.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck?
This woman is
Dumb.
now our spy mistress. This woman is running the CIA, the NSA.
Holy shit.
We are doomed. We are doomed.
Like, this is like beyond like, this is like faulty towers shit. Like, this is some fucked up, stupid ass.
Yes.
It's like Monty Python. Like, I don't even know. It's worse.
Thank
like,
you. Thank you.
What is it called? Like, Blackadder. Is
Yes,
like
yes.
way worse.
Bean was the British spy comedy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Johnny English. Like, we're on like some fucked up levels.
Yes, it's like if you thought we were bad before, yes,
Right.
this is like
Shit.
but they've already started by hitting me with the he's going into monologue, shut him down. Yeah. So,
oh shit! Are you still there? Okay.
Yeah.
Like, dang, that was quick.
That would be funny if they got me right then and there. That would have been damn. They got it right on the button, and they've got that button. Yeah, just
they really must have the AI.
Yeah.
There's no one that efficient in the government. You know?
Yeah, thank you. It's got to be AI at this point, and pretty soon, hopefully, we can replace the president with an AI. At this point, that'll give us our only hope. It's like
holy shit! Yeah, at this point, I'd take freaking the Zardoz head. You know?
Yeah,
Like,
thank you.
Gun is good.
Well, that's where we're at. Basically, that's what Trump is. Trump is Zardoz. He's the Zardoz head. He's throwing out the guns.
Yeah, but at least they were kind of like, something was happening. Right?
Yeah,
like,
thank you. Yeah,
gun is good.
Yeah, remember how funny it was? That's what broke Brooks' crush on Sean Connery.
Yeah, that was funny.
That was hysterical. It was like I loved Sean Connery.
She like saw him and it was like revolting. It's
Yes.
like, yeah, that was gross. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Like, who the fuck dressed him in that? Like,
it was. Those were everybody was on drugs when in the 70s. It was horrible.
Yeah, that was a heavy time.
Yeah, that was like I don't know how we made it through, but we're gonna say that in the future about this time. This is like we're in for really bad times now.
Yeah, but this time everyone knows it. It's like it's sobering. It's like, damn, it's fucked.
Yeah. It's
at least back then it was just like, oh, they're just politicians. Now it's like, oh yeah, we're screwed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, don't forget to tell people the man with a name like that almost betrays. How was it you put it? His insincerity. It betrays his.
Okay, yeah. Basically, you want me to translate the name? I'll translate
sure.
the name, and you can just see how ridiculous it is.
So, do I need to call it up again? Yeah.
Yeah. Can you bring it back?
Sure. Yeah. Let's do this unknowable Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard. Here we are. There we are. And so we're back. And let me do this screen share, and take us back to here we are with the paragraph right here. And it mentions he does not appear to tolerate dissent from his followers. By the way. So
no shit.
Yeah. No kidding. And
you'll find out why in his name.
Yeah.
So Jagat means like the whole world. So the world's guru. That's what he starts out with. So you can imagine the ego inflation. So Jagat means Jagat Mithya is like everything, like the whole cosmos.
God
so he's the guru of the cosmos.
God damn.
Siddha. So Siddha means like magic power. So he's the Siddha Swarup, meaning the highest mage, basically the highest purity of Ananda, of bliss. So this is Jagat Guru, the world's guru of highest bliss. Paramahansa, meaning great soul. He's the great soul of the pure bliss, guru of the world. So imagine calling yourself that. There's no rishi in any scripture. In all of the Puranas, all of the Vedas, no rishi would ever call themselves that ever. And these beings are like the highest beings of all. They can create rainforests and entire planets and shit. And they don't name themselves that. that's not a thing to do, right? Like if you're a higher being.
Thank you.
You don't name yourself, I'm the bliss
Nitty.
giving power of the world in guru form. Like, no one does that. No real guru or avatar would ever say that ever. I can say definitively. So if you meet these people and they have those names like Ananda means bliss. So it's like anyone who calls themselves bliss or they're shining lights of the world, like that's all. You don't have to, if you have that, you don't have to say that. Just to be simple about it. Yeah.
Thank you. I mean, obviously, the people of true power, the beings of true power, don't need to advertise it because they are true power. But what does this Guru Dev mean when she calls him Guru? Does that mean Guru God? When she calls him Guru Dev?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Dev means higher being, God. Means
so he is her God. He is her God.
Yeah. And okay, so the offensive part about that is when you say Guru Dev, that's actually like the planet Jupiter, who's the guru of the gods.
Okay.
It's called Guru Deva. So that's Jupiter, that's Thor, Zeus. So this dude ain't on no fucking Zeus level. I don't see him floating in the sky every night.
Yeah, thank you.
Fucking loser.
Oh my God, this is so
that's what's offensive. It's like offensive to me. It offends my sensibilities that the actual celestials, the actual energies that like uphold our lives, are totally disrespected by these clowns.
Yes.
It's just like no, real Guru Dev is actually the planet Jupiter that gives you like, you know, expansion and bliss and helps your life pan out in a positive direction. That's the Jupiterian energy, not this clown.
Yes.
It's just so awful.
Thank you. And now this woman is in charge of all of our espionage agencies. Maybe we should be relieved. I mean, should we be relieved or should we be like, I mean, if this is a woman
it's not like they were doing anything anyways, except buying all those houses around you and
true.
zapping you when you talk.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, so maybe she'll make life easier.
Wasn't that the joke that I said earlier?
Yeah.
It was like, did they find out they got fired yet or something?
Yes.
Like, hey, you guys, you might want to check on your paycheck.
Yeah, they didn't get that intelligence. They didn't get that little bit of information.
Yeah, they're the last to fucking know about that.
Yeah, that's so it's there you go. I mean, and these people are being railroaded through, and we're maybe.
What about RFK? He got into.
It looks like he's going to get in. So I do want people to know that when it came to Tulsi Gabbard, the vote fell largely along party lines. That's quite predictable. With Senator Mitch McConnell as the lone Republican to oppose Gabbard, it marks another victory for President Donald Trump, who has had all of his cabinet level nominees. Bad. Yeah.
That's your one opponent.
That's bad. That's bad. Yeah. It's like it's come on, Mitch. It's too late now. I mean,
like you can feel hell burning below you.
It's true.
It's too late.
It's true. Yeah. But Trump so far has had all of his cabinet level nominees approved by the Senate thus far, except for RFK, who's still coming up. But from drug makers to doctors, there's few healthcare groups asking senators to block Robert F. Kennedy Jr. from becoming HS secretary. Basically, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s expected Senate confirmation will be on Thursday. And that means today. So it's today. This man might be nominated, approved.
You know what broke the spell for me where I thought he was decent?
What?
Is when he was in that first meeting when he's like dipping the Zyn. He's like putting in the nicotine packet and shit. And I'm like, oh really?
Man!
Like, really? This dude was supposed to save us from all the evil vaccines and he's fucking dipping nicotine that's all like GMO and shit.
Oh,
like, you
man.
fucking dumbass. Like,
yeah.
I feel betrayed. Like,
he looks sick. He's got the brain worms and shit.
Yeah, I don't know. He probably still, who knows? Who knows what's up with that?
Yeah.
But definitively, his eyes were pinned out like he's on every opiate there is.
Yeah, I bet. I bet.
So,
yeah.
There's not much you can do about that. He's fucked up.
Yeah, well, today he might be confirmed and likely will be, and he's going to be leading our nation's health agencies. He threatens upheaval for America's $4 trillion healthcare industry. And the industry is simply doing nothing and simply hoping for the best. So, as I said, from drug makers to doctors' organizations, groups thought to have the clout to steer policy and funding in Washington because they enjoyed bipartisan support and huge lobbying budgets have remained silent about Kennedy. I don't know what Brendan thinks their game is, but I know they haven't spoken up, even though RFK Jr. has accused them all of fraud and conspiracy and has promised to hold them all accountable. Maybe it's because they aren't worried, but because they don't think they could stop him or think the cost of speaking out would be too steep. 5 people representing health groups granted anonymity to speak candidly have spoken to the press. By staying mum, they hope to limit the fallout if Kennedy follows through on his plans to strip the industry to the studs. And that'll be just another, Musk on the loose. But
yeah, according to this Politico article, they're just saying that they basically don't have faith that he could do it. Basically, is what they're insinuating.
So they feel that he's just gonna be too dumb or too brainwormy dead to.
Yeah, basically that's what they're saying. Like, he doesn't have enough knowledge of the industry to even do anything. Like, he's gonna pull a Musk and just start unplugging shit, and it won't work.
Interesting.
Interesting. Yeah, that's why they haven't said anything. But I mean, Politico is very politically charged, as we know.
Yeah,
it's in their name.
Yeah, but as it should be.
They have valid points.
Yeah, as it should be, and it's.
I can read into it when you're.
Please. I mean, I think take it from here for a little bit. Take it from here and just tell us what you feel you can derive from what they're saying. It's like. It's something that.
Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, they just probably don't give a fuck because they feel that they have impunity in a way. That's what because it's like if he's popping Zins, they probably are like, oh yeah, this guy's just gonna, like he's gonna get rid of the shit he doesn't like, but then we'll just reinvest in like nicotine freaking patches and shit. Does that make sense?
Oh,
they think he's so stupid, he's probably just gonna leave. Basically, he's gonna shut doors, but then leave a bunch of shit open for them to jump on. Because these fuckers do long game shit. They don't care about. They let the crazies just do what they gotta do.
Maybe you're giving them all too much credit. I think that maybe they're just for some reason scared shitless and frozen solid. I mean, honestly,
we can only hope. or the other option would be that they're gonna fuck shit up so bad that everyone's gonna get sick, and they're the only ones with the,
solution,
like V for Vendetta style, where everyone is so diseased.
Got it.
Roll out we have the cure. And then they instantly become the richest people overnight. Shit.
Well, they already are. So what the fuck? They wouldn't need to do that twice. But he might give them the opportunity to make it even more, I guess.
Yeah, people will get so fucking diseased and shit that there's no hope. It's just they have to go back to the.
Yeah, it's honestly, it's it's frightening. It's frightening if these guys are frightened. But like you said, it could lead to that, but it would backfire first. Honestly, it's going to just result in a kind of a.
It's okay, and out of all the stuff they've done, it's like, why haven't they addressed the whole bird thing? Like, I don't understand. They just don't want to admit it, or usually he would be blaming it on it's Biden's fault or something. How come they haven't addressed that? That's literally, they haven't said a word about it.
Thank you. So
that's odd. I find that to be odd.
It is odd, and I couldn't get nothing out of the woman that I consulted with. Purdue, I think her name was. But when I get more into the subject of the eggs, I'll remember it because of just the way I associate mentally. But it's definitely the bird flu has impacted the chickens to the point where they've killed a lot of the young ones, and they brought the old hens out of retirement and got them laying eggs again. That's why the eggs are all chippy. That's what she told me.
They're all like brittle and shit.
Yes, yes. Isn't that? It's
Yeah.
funny, but it's so frightening. And,
I mean, that's like, I guess it just, yeah. It's
and
like-
I mean,
Uh,
so, yeah.
It's sick. It's sick. It's just, I think it's sick, man.
Yes, and but they're
Like, people would be more connected to their food if they just like, it's everything will look like the Philippines, but yeah, just fucking buy your chickens, put them on your little apartment ledge. It's like, it's not a big deal. So,
well, Trump's
you
trying
really
to take us
want
back
eggs
to
that
that.
bad.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
Trump's trying to take us back to that. Yeah, that's
Well, he's starting off strong.
yeah, he is. He is. So, yeah, Abraham Lincoln was born yesterday in 1809 in Kentucky. He would go on to rank among, quote unquote, the best presidents in history, certainly one of the most well known. He still makes headlines when he's referenced by today's politicians. And he's the nation's 16th president. God, I've lost my voice. And he's known for guiding our nation through the Civil War and preserving the Union and paving the way for an end to slavery. He died on April 15th in 1865, shot by John Wilkes Booth while attending a play at Ford's Theater in Washington, D.C. So yesterday marked what would have been his 216th birthday. And it was on that day in 1861 that Lincoln spraketh of our nation's future. Now, Lincoln's own birthday in 1861, he was on his way to Washington for his first inauguration, which used to take place in March. And as the Civil War was about to begin, seven southern states had already seceded, with the fate of Kentucky, a slave state, still unknown at that time. And in that atmosphere, Lincoln made a stop in Cincinnati on the 12th day in February, where he delivered a speech before a bipartisan crowd that sought to instill hope for the fate of the nation. And I'll read a paragraph from that in a moment. Basically, I do want people to understand that at 164 years and on, Trump was looking to maximize his airtime on Super Bowl Sunday with some stunts and a first of its kind appearance. Believe it or not, and this should be shocking to all of us, I don't know if you knew this, Brendan, Trump at the Super Bowl was the first president to ever attend a Super Bowl. Isn't that mind-blowing? Like, why the fuck wouldn't any president attend a Super Bowl? But it was Trump.
Because it's boring as fuck.
Thank
even
you.
Even with your friggin'
Thank you.
whatever that thing is, the box seats or whatever.
Yes, thank you.
Super lame. He left at halftime. He didn't give a fuck about it.
Yes, he did.
He just had to make what's her name feel bad and then get booed off stage. And
yes, shit. That was it. He was just there to fuck with Taylor Swift. Yeah, just
like I won, bitch.
Yeah,
like something like that.
And everybody booed her because our man is here. What a load of shit. Yeah.
Like,
God.
I don't understand why they hate her so. It's just like, just ignore it. It's so pointless.
Yeah. Yes. It's like, why couldn't
like
people...
how petty can you get? Just...
Thank you. I mean, hating on Taylor Swift, for God's sakes. Really?
Right.
I mean, oh my fucking God. What a bunch
of...
yeah,
and they're like, and they're vicious online. They're like posting pictures of her when she was all anorexic and shit. Like, like this bitch looks like, she's all fucked up. Yeah, it's horrible.
God!
Yeah. And then people in the comments are like, she was like super eating disordered out, and you guys are all fucked up. They don't care.
Yes. It's definitely, this is, we live in times where now the mob being on the side of Trump is outrageous. That's just, especially, but then again, they're footballers. What do you expect? So let's dive right into it. We might as well say Lincoln is physically, frequently invoked by Trump. He couldn't physically invoke him unless he's really conducting a seance. But I do want to say this without going into Trump's little time at the Super Bowl. I think we've already covered that sufficiently, and we can come back to it when Sammy Romero joins us again, potentially on Sunday. But let's look at it this way. President Donald Trump has compared his presidency with Lincoln's. He's commented on Lincoln's accomplishments frequently over the years. And during his 2025 inauguration, Trump took the oath of office while First Lady Melania Trump held up 12 Bibles, one in each hand. One was given to Trump by his mother. The other was the Bible used by Abraham Lincoln in his 1861 swearing in. That really means Trump is fixated on the Civil War. Now, do you understand what I'm saying, everybody listening? And
Yes.
Brendan? Yes, thank you. He truly is stuck in the Civil War.
So is he gonna give all the blacks a mule and an acre and a mule, or what's up with that?
Oh man, he's gonna take away the 14th Amendment so they can all be slaves again. That's what he's gonna do.
Yeah, but isn't that the opposite of what Lincoln did, or something?
Yes, but you see, he sees himself as correcting Lincoln's mistake.
Okay, yeah, got it.
Yes.
Were you the one that made the joke last week about it?
Yes,
It was like,
that was me when I said,
Yeah.
Lincoln woke up after that big party. We won! We
Yeah.
won! Then, they
And they're
partied
like-
all night. Then he woke up the next morning and they said, Mr. Lincoln. And he's like, I freed the what? After they told
yeah, yeah, pretty much.
Oh, and
Like, was that the intent of the original, like, point of that, to like actually free them all, or is that
fuck no! Fuck
right?
no!
That's what, I couldn't imagine that being the original intent.
No, that's all fucking propaganda that they've instilled over this. It's been over 100 years, and they've like totally warped it.
200 something. Right?
Yeah,
Is
no,
it?
not 200 yet, but it feels like it. But yeah,
Well,
it
yeah,
feels like
a
it's
long
yesterday
ass
to
time.
Trump. Yeah,
Yeah.
but just understand that when it comes to everybody has to get over
Like,
this
where did the 5 acres and a mule come from? Like, who
40
said
acres,
that?
40 acres in a
40
mule.
acres and a mule. Who the
Yeah.
fuck said that?
It was some stupid concept they came up with to provide, what was it, reparations to the
Yeah.
blacks. Those were the original reparations. Was okay, give them each 40.
To my understanding, it got passed or something. Is that not the case? Or was
I
it-
don't remember. Obviously,
Okay.
it was never put into effect. I mean,
Yeah,
it's like
they figured that shit out quick. And
yeah,
it's
it's kind of like it's kind of like the fork in the road offer to all the federal employees. It's like you can grab at it, but nothing's there. Hey, guess
40,
what?
40 grand and a mule.
yeah, but yeah, when it comes to the whole trip. Basically, anyhow, let's put it this way. According to the reporters Carol Leonig and Philip Rucker, in their book titled, I Alone Can Fix It, Trump once said, I think it would be hard if George Washington came back from the dead and he chose Abraham Lincoln as his vice president. I think it would have been very hard for them to beat me. I mean, how's that for? That's just this side of Guru Dev, okay? That's
This
just
dude's on it. Yeah, he's on a level.
yeah,
What the fuck is he talking about?
yeah. It's like, who thinks like that? Who thinks like that? That's
There you go.
it's like, who stays up at night staring at the ceiling, thinking, yeah, what if they brought Washington back from the dead? And he ran against me with Abe Lincoln as vice president. They still couldn't beat me. Yeah. It's at any rate. Well,
It must have been sick in that house growing up. you know?
it must have been. It
Like-
must have been.
Him on that fucking, what's his name? John. John.
Oh, you're talking about Dr. John Trump.
His uncle.
Yeah,
his
Dr.
uncle.
John Trump. Yes, go on. Yeah.
Like, imagine him growing up and you're like, he's like on the armchair with him and he's like, if Lincoln came back, and Washington was with him.
Oh, you know what it was? It was John Trump
love
with all
you.
that Tesla technology. So John Trump, he knew about these dimensions and time travel and shit. That's how he
that's what
fucked up
it's
Trump's
literally
brain.
what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
And you've heard of that whole Barron Trump story, right? That fake story
yeah, the hoax. Yes.
by
go on.
now.
Yeah.
It's a hoax. Thank you. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm not the only one that thinks that, right?
No, it's a hoax.
It's just like way too sus.
Yes.
Like,
Yes.
and they're in Russia. And
Yeah.
they go to Russia.
It's too
and,
perfect.
Donnie
It's
and Donnie. It's like, And they're time travelers, and this guy in the 1800s wrote it.
But you know what? It's one of those things that now they put in the John Trump connection. It's like they almost wrote that book so that even though it's a hoax, it will become virtual truth. They're hoping by their own abuse of that technology or something. It's very bizarre. It's like
that's what it is.
Yeah. It's like nobody believes the Evanescer when everybody looks at what a fraud Dr. David Lewis Anderson is, and yet we do know. It's like I pointed out to Aaron Tice. Just because he's a fraud doesn't mean he's not an Evanescer, which is why Peter Moon worships him. And that's probably the whole thing with Trump and his Uncle John. There's something fucked him up where he felt predestined. He definitely feels predestined. And while
he has, since it's MAGA Moon, I can talk about it. It's good to talk about. He has Magha, which is the Vedic star sign that is like Regulus, the lion. Yeah. So the heart of the lion, Leo.
Yeah.
So he has that prominent in his chart. So he feels he's the king, or he has to reach the kingly level. That's like, and it has to do with like genetics and to do with your ancestors. So that's like important to him, or being people that are under that star sign.
There we are.
Because it's the lion, the king lineage, the divine right of kings all comes from that. It's called the star reg.
Thank you. Important point. Fuck! Oh, they cut his call. Well, let's call him back, see if we can get him back online. And let's see if we can... first off, we'll go straight to Brendan, unless he can call me back. And we'll see if we can bring him back. Either that or I go straight into the monologue in a full sense. But hopefully he puts his phone plug back in. And... This means the phone is busy or something. It means that he's unreachable, something like that. It says he's unavailable. Let's hope he calls back, and I'll certainly answer if he does. Other than that, I do want to say we can concentrate a little bit on... oh, darn. It's just no fun without Brendan, is it? See if he gets back in a second here. And we'll go on with talking about, let me see, Superclutch 420 says Leo full moon tonight, so thank you for that. And that might explain why everything's going nuts. Most of the time they blame everything on Mercury retrograde, but yeah, we'll go straight on alone if we can't bring Brendan back. We're going to try another time. See here, and we got heavy rain going on right now. I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but it shouldn't. And okay, so we'll just hope he calls back in. Let's now hang up on him, and we take it from here. All right. At any rate, while he was campaigning for re-election during his first term, Trump famously said he'd done the most for black Americans of any president since Lincoln. That's a comment disputed by former President Joe Biden in a 2020 debate moment that went viral. Trump's also claimed no other president has been treated worse by the media, including Lincoln. Now, last year, historians and civil rights leaders condemned comments from Trump suggesting that the Civil War could have been averted with negotiation over slavery. At a campaign stop in Iowa last January, Trump said, "So many mistakes were made. See, there was something I think could have been negotiated, to be honest with you. I think you could have negotiated that. All the people died. So many people died. Abraham Lincoln, of course, if he negotiated it, you probably wouldn't even know who Abraham Lincoln was." Quite true. That's why Trump wants to be remembered. That's why Trump's out to start a civil war. Now, Donald Trump himself, or rather his handlers, in like manner, want to turn America into a dictatorship, as Lincoln did while he was alive. But there'd be a few prerequisites. Trump will need to control the Supreme Court. Well, that's done. Point, Trump will have to have immunity from prosecution. Well, that's done. Point, Trump will have to have the majority in both houses. Well, that's done, but not enough for changes to the Constitution. Point, Trump will have to change the way how governmental spending is controlled, namely the prerogative of the Congress. That's not done. It's a work in progress, where Trump has already announced that he will do that. Point, Trump will have to find a way to bypass congressional or senatorial hearings. That's a work in progress, with Trump planning to delay these until the midterms. Recollect my reference per item 1, if you will, meaning he will need to control the Supreme Court, which, as I said, check, that's done. Point, Trump will need to be able to control the military. He plans to fire the most capable, or rather most of the capable, generals and admirals, and to replace them with yes men. And a final point, Trump will have to change the Constitution itself regarding the rules pertaining to the presidency itself. That's the only remaining check and balance in place. However, he can easily choose to ignore all said rules. Thank God. So what happened? Oh my God.
Still streaming?
Yes.
Still streaming?
Yes. Yes. I'm still streaming. Yes. What did they do to you?
My phone just shut off. The classic scheme.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God. So they did it. They shut you down just like that. I mean, oh my God. That's like they're threatened. I don't know why we threaten them so much. Jesus Christ.
Lame.
Yes, it is lame. So let's try and go over what I was going over just in brief so people can understand what Trump has to do to create a dictatorship like Abraham Lincoln's. Because really Trump wants to emulate Lincoln by becoming another American Stalin, but Trump will need to, item 1, control the Supreme Court, which is done. Item 2, will have to have immunity from prosecution, which is done. Item 3, he'll have to have the majority in both houses, which is done, albeit not enough for changes to the Constitution. Item 4, he'll have to change the way how governmental spending is controlled, namely the prerogative of Congress. That's a work in progress, and he's already announced that he will do that. And item 5, he will have to find a way to bypass congressional or senatorial hearings, and that's a work in progress. He plans to delay these until the midterms, which recollects my reference per item 1, the fact that he needs to control the Supreme Court, which he already does. And item 6, he will need to be able to control the military, wherein he plans to fire most of the capable generals and admirals and replace them with yes men. And finally, item 7, he'll have to change the Constitution itself regarding the rules pertaining to the presidency itself. That's the only remaining check and balance in place. However, he can easily choose to ignore said rules since his immunity from prosecution and his ownership of the Supreme Court leaves such a transgression sans, or rather without, any legal consequences. And now, with Musk taking over, all of what is needed for these United States to become a true third world shithole dictatorship is already in place. We can only pray, I guess. A constitutional expert said Donald Trump's second term in office is confident and aggressive, and that he will eliminate all people who are a threat to his agenda. Here then is how state capture works and why we should be worried. Now, prefacing that there be no doubt that Trump came into office with an aggressive agenda that he pushed at remarkable speed the 57-year-old Adam Winkler, who's a professor of constitutional law at the University of California, Los Angeles. And here I will provide his profile for all of you, both in the live stream and in our text in call, which at this point is just a text in call between our man, Mr. Brendan Zogit, and myself. Or did we get back on the old call? Okay, you called back, and no, we're on private messages here. So, Maga Nakshatra 2024 Astro Maga. That is that why is that so haunting? It was is that, did they foresee MAGA, Make America Great Again, as a acronym that sounds so similar to MAGA Moon?
It's because he has Vedic astrologers. That's why. The original symbol for MAGA, MAGA, was a lion. If you look up the very first time Trump came out with that, he showed it as a lion. He
did,
because he
has his orange mane. Yeah, but go on.
Yeah, because he knew that he is ruled by the star sign Magha, Magha, but Americans can't say Magha because it's got like Sanskrit like letters. I can't even say it fully. So they changed it to MAGA.
Incredible.
Basically, every time they say MAGA, it means Trump is the king. MAGA means the high one, the king.
And Super Clutch.
So I can read about it so you guys know more if you want.
Sure. And Super Clutch 420 in the chat says Leo full moon tonight, which is what you're referring to as our MAGA moon, correct?
Yeah, it's in Magha as we speak. That's why I mentioned it.
Yes.
So in Sanskrit, the word Magha means might, mighty or great. Its symbolism is the royal throne or palanquin, representing authority, power, connection to ancestral lineage. It is ruled by the world of the Pitris, which is like the netherworld essentially, representing respect for tradition, honor, preservation of family heritage. Its strengths are natural leadership, respect for tradition, spiritual depth, abundance of confidence, generous, large-hearted, and enjoys parties. But challenges associated would be stubbornness, attachment, emotional detachment, egotistical, arrogant, short-tempered, jealous, bitter, disdainful, and having unreachable standards, which would be like for most people with it, because not everyone can be king, of course. Encourages the individual to raise positions of power and pursue self-realization, bringing qualities of the leadership, ambition, spiritual growth, and a sense of duty, respect for tradition, and to carry forward the family legacy. So you could see how that connects to him as a being anyways.
Absolutely.
But he's manifesting more of the negative aspects of it, of course.
Thank you. Yeah. And like I said, also the fact that he has that orange hair mane, that's why he affiliates or identifies with the lion as well. He considers that to be leonine, and of course
it's all per what he was told by the astrologers. That's why he's obsessed with it.
So
all his places are gold, like Trump Tower and stuff.
So that must be his relationship with Elon Musk. Musk must be pumping him with these Asian Vedic astrologers. That's how Musk controls it.
Of course.
That makes sense. So Musk,
or he must have known about it before
Musk.
These guys.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
But that's why they're so friendly with the Indians.
Yes.
And Modi.
Yes.
All these people.
Yeah. Trump and Modi share each other's pantyhose, or at least that's what you would think when you see them together. Yeah. It's so this individual who I put in the link, Adam Winkler, he qualifies that one key difference between Trump now and when he first entered office in 2016 is that he expected to win this time around, and that it's all down to being more prepared than he was in 2016 while having the full support of the Republican Party, which he did not have when he was first elected in 2016, and ergo, therefore, the next 4 years will be disruptive. Winkler's words. But we will see the court system stand up and push back, preventing Trump from implementing his agenda. That's his ultimate prediction. Now, Adam has confirmed that Trump is looking to eliminate watchdogs that are a threat to his agenda. And on January 24th of this 2025th year in our Lord, the Trump misadministration fired 17 independent watchdogs at multiple different government agencies. And presently, the presidents are only allowed to serve 2 elected terms in the White House. In the first week of Donald Trump's second term, the Republican Congressman Andy Ogles proposed amending the 22nd Amendment to allow the president to serve a third term in office. Adam predicts that if this goes to the state, it could come close, but he predicts it would not be ratified. I predict differently, that it may well be ratified, but does Trump really expect to live that long? That is what is so profoundly bizarre to me.
Yeah, so if we game it out, what is his age right now?
Oh, fuck, 78, I think. We can look it up. Let's look that up to be sure.
78.
Yeah, he's going to be in his 80s. He's going to be
He was born in
Biden's.
46. Yeah, June 14th, 46.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, so then another 4 years, 70,
Yeah,
80.
He'll be 80 in what? In his fourth year in office? 78, 79, 80. He'll be 81. Probably he'll be Biden's
Right.
age, the way Biden was when he left.
And then
at
you
that
push
point.
that another 4. Like, right?
Yeah.
Like, what is that, 84?
Yeah.
I mean, theoretically, he could last a while, in theory,
Yes.
if you're going that way. So, yeah.
Yeah, and but still, it doesn't. Like we said, he's beginning to look rather feeble and fragile when he's. Now, what I can do later on is certainly read.
So his father lived to 93. So there you go.
There you go. That's what he's
So
counting on.
he has a chance to go that far. Yeah.
Holy shit! It's what a nightmare that would be, and so
Maybe we can just convince him, like, hey, if you want to be a good king with a good legacy, we all got to be rich. You know, it's like, come on.
Yes, thank you.
Stop fucking us up. Be a good king, you fucker.
Yes, yeah, share the fucking wealth. If you're gonna be king, share the fucking wealth. Just help redistribute it, rather than taking it. And,
Yes.
But no, they're just stealing everything. It's But when it comes to Adam Winkler's analysis, which again I could read later, we can save that for Sunday. But in essence, I am not the only individual aware that Donald Trump has perpetrated a corporate coup d'etat, or stroke of state, in America. And yes, I always knew it was coming, which is why I refrained from talking politic for months as November approached us. And yes, I warned everyone it would happen. And yes, I know once Trump completely controls all aspects of government, he's probably going to send his mass-pardoned J6 Bolsheviks to arrest me for various crimes and haul me off to the gulag. And we can absorb all this with a quote from Gimli the dwarf. That's what the guy's name was in the Mines of Moria. Let them come. And coming apace they are. Many Americans have watched...
That's when they found the Balrog. Yeah.
There we are.
They weren't expecting that shit. Yeah.
Oh, fuck. And is there only one Balrog, or is he part of, like, a species? Is he singular?
The Balrog are the angelic beings, the Maiar, that were corrupted by Melkor, the original Dark Lord.
Okay.
So Melkor was Sauron's master, and he corrupted these other angelic beings called Maiar, who are like, they ended up turning into like the wizards, like Saruman and Gandalf are Maiar level beings. Mm-hmm. But the ones that turned to the dark side turned into Balrog. And so, they're like a whole race of beings. But that was like one of the last ones left that was basically banished to the underneath the mountain,
Wow.
And the dwarves dwelled too greedily and too deep and awoke it. And that's what destroyed their whole civilization. So,
Jesus. Yeah. Talk about an object lesson. That's
Right.
yeah. Thank you for that. And
Yeah.
well, at any rate, many Americans have watched in horror as Elon Musk, the world's richest person according to himself. As I said, he's the second richest person next to Vladimir Putin. But I guess if you're not an American, your wealth doesn't count or something. He's been permitted to tear through various offices of the United States government in recent weeks, and backed by
Well,
President.
you
Yeah.
you could see he's just trying to. They're gonna do the Putin method, and then he'll be the richest person on earth. Does that make
Yes.
sense? That's what they're doing.
Thank you. Thank you. That makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Thank you. Thank you. And he
They're
says,
like, oh, if he could do it, we could do it. It's like,
there we are. And for those of you who don't know what Brendan is referencing the fact that when communism collapsed, the corporate raiders, or just plain robber barons, entered Russia. And many of them were ethnically Jewish. Many of them had been Russians who had left during the time of the Soviet Union of Jewish extraction. And when they returned in force. They returned with, how did we used to say it? Kit and baggage, bag and baggage. And they basically plundered everything. They stole everything. And they just raped Russia. And then when Putin came in, he basically put a few in jail the rest of their fucking lives, those that didn't escape. The rest ran away and fled. One of them had a mother whose son did not escape and wound up in prison the rest of his life. And she said, my son forgot that Russia is still Russia. And when Putin took over, he nationalized all of these industries these guys were selling to the world, all these resources, gas, oil, everything. And then he privatized it as his personal property. First it was all nationalized, and then he privatized it all to himself. So it's everything in Russia effectively is owned by Vladimir Putin. That's why he's the richest man in the world. But now Musk and Trump want to do that for America. Is basically, yes, their ultimate objective must be, as Brendan said, to follow the Putin program and first nationalize everything and then privatize it to themselves. It's they're going to kill all
the
competition.
only explanation.
Thank you.
But first, they have to bring down the system, just like the Soviet Union fell. That is the only explanation.
Thank you. Bring down the system.
And here's dude's chart. Here you go.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me take a look here, and there we are.
So you see that black line, that AC on the left there? Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, that's ascendant, and the sign on his ascendant, like directly on his ascendant with Mars, is Leo. Magha.
Yeah. Wow.
So there you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
He's got like a heavy Magha chart, and Gemini Sun, and various other things there.
Yes.
You can see.
Wow. I'm the king. I'm the king. Yes.
His Jupiter's exalted.
Of course.
Saturn is exalted in Libra. So he has like all the points to be like a strong ruler. So they know that, yeah. And then his moon Sagittarius. So, yeah.
Incredible.
That's why it all went to his head. They're like, you have the chart for it.
Yes.
You know?
Oh, man.
You're the king on paper.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
No wonder.
Because it's a strong chart, but
Yeah.
it doesn't mean you'll get good outcomes if you're evil and shit.
Thank you. Thank you. Which is unfortunately what he is. He can't seem.
Let's see where's his Venus? Venus. Oh, also, Venus conjunct Jupiter. Okay, in Ashleisha, yeah, money. He's got like a money star. So yeah, there you go.
Thank you.
His money's in Hydra, so that's like concerning, but whatever.
Well, he's always losing his money.
He's a snake. He's
Yeah.
a fucking snake.
Yeah.
Hydra's a snake. Yeah.
Rips everybody off.
Yeah.
Yeah, and of course,
His
so-
Mercury is interesting too. Yeah. So.
Okay, what's his Mercury show? If that's expressible.
Fourth sign, Cancer.
Okay.
So he's not that smart. It
No.
just is.
No. He's stubborn. He's stubborn.
Yeah, he's got this kind of
doggedness.
Emotional intelligence
Yeah.
is high, but not smarts.
No, and he won't let go. He'll hang on to every grudge till the last dog dies.
Yeah.
You know, yeah. At any rate, day before yesterday by now, Trump signed an executive order giving Musk even more power. It requires federal agencies to cooperate with his Department of Government Efficiency, known as DOGE, DOGE, in cutting their staffing levels and restricting new hires. And in his first comments to the media since joining the Trump misadministration as a special government employee, Musk also responded to criticism that he's launching a hostile takeover of the U.S. government. His statement was, "The people voted for major government reform, and that's what people are going to get." So, are Musk's actions akin to a hostile takeover of government or a coup d'etat? I can only professionally conclude that it's more of a form of state capture. So here's what that means. It's not a coup d'etat or self-coup. Under the pretense of maximizing government efficiency and productivity, DOGE has amassed quite a bit of power. It has, 1, penetrated the massive system responsible for virtually all government payments, 2, breached sensitive databases and private medical records, 3, circumvented routine conflict of interest and transparency requirements, 4, dismantled the USAID, the United States Agency for International Development, 5, gained access to the computer systems of a number of federal agencies. So Musk's blitzkrieg across Washington, carried out in apparent violation of numerous federal laws, has not only stirred confusion, but defied explanation. A popular argument, supported by some historians and commentators, is that Musk's actions amount to a coup d'etat. They argue this is not a coup in the classic sense of a takeover of the physical centers of power. Rather, it's a seizure of digital infrastructure by an unelected group.
What's the point of being blasé? Just fucking say it. Jesus
Yes.
Christ.
Thank you.
Like, what is the point of this? Why is everyone so scared to just admit it? Like, these fuckers are taking over.
Yes.
Like, Jesus.
Thank you.
Like,
Thank you.
Yeah.
But they do disambiguate that it's a seizure of digital infrastructure by an unelected group seeking to undo democratic practices and violate human rights. But their term, however, is not technically correct. The most widely accepted definition of a coup is an overt attempt by the military or other elites within the state apparatus to unseat the sitting head of state using unconstitutional means. Now, since Musk and Trump are bedfellows...
So what is it, a reverse coup? It's not a inverse coup? Like, come on, just... This is not the time to debate semantics.
I understand, but I had to...
Well, I'm not saying that to you.
No, I understand.
In general.
This is what I had to articulate to my blood boys as a lesson in civics. So, since Musk and Trump are bedfellows in this plot, the techno multi-billionaire is clearly not trying to violently unseat the president. So, another possible explanation, this is a self-coup. Now, this would describe a situation in which the sitting national leader takes decisive, illegitimate action against countervailing institutions and elites to perpetuate the incumbent's power. Now, Brendan knows about this because in December, South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol, what a fucking name that is, attempted a self-coup.
Yes.
When he declared martial law in order to ostensibly protect the country from opposition forces. He quickly reversed his decision amid elite defections and mass public demonstrations. Now, even though self-coups are becoming more common, Musk is doing the dirty work in these United States, not Trump. Also, Musk's chief target, the bureaucracy does not nominally offset presidential power, except in conspiracy theories. So this is what I told the Blood Boys about what state capture is. More accurately, Musk's siege amounts to a form of state capture. This refers to the appropriation of state resources by political actors for their own ends, either private or political. So by this logic, Musk's aim is to capture different pieces of the United States government and turn the state into a tool for wealth extraction. So Brendan Zogit went to the heart of that and calls this the Putin program. So Brendan Zogit intuitively captured what I was articulating intellectually to the Blood Boys. So state capture is a relatively simple but extremely destructive process. This is how it has played out in countries like Magyarország, it is Hungary, Russia, Nigeria, Indonesia, Sri Lanka, and South Africa, Musk's own birthplace. This is what we're gonna be. This is our future.
We have a bright future ahead, you know.
Oh yeah. Tell them about Sri Lanka. Tell them about Sri Lanka.
Yeah. Sri Lanka's fucked. Like they basically gotten so much debt to the Chinese that China owns the biggest port in Colombo, the capital, for 99 years, and the government went defunct to where the president and his whole cabinet had to flee overnight with just the clothes on their backs and their money in their pockets, and they fucking had to run away to like England or some shit because the whole country collapsed and no one had fuel, and it took them I want to say over a year, 2 years to basically have enough fuel to run the country again.
Jesus
Christ. And it's probably it doesn't sound like it's back to normal after what we've been talking about.
Oh hell no. Oh hell no.
You can't even go there as a tourist. They'll like spray you with bug spray and kill you. And
shit. Yeah. Tell them about that story. Tell them about just some
these Brits and these Germans were at a hotel in Colombo, some kind of hostel, and both of them woke up, went to the hospital, and died in the hospital.
Oh,
and it was because the hotel sprayed a bunch of bug spray in their rooms trying to kill all the bugs before they got there, and didn't tell them that their place was soaked in bug spray. And they like inhaled a bunch of toxins and died.
Man. Yep. Jesus.
So, there you go, Sri Lanka.
Fucking Christ. I was
like a couple days ago, it was like, should I go to Sri Lanka?
Oh yeah, tell about the Peace Corps. Tell about your Peace Corps idea. Yeah. Hey Doug.
I was like, it doesn't sound too bad, you know.
What do you think, Doug? Yeah, and you would have been you would have been left stranded overseas by Musk cutting the budget and shit.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been, talk about a blunder.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Thank you.
I would have got to my Vedic roots real quick.
Yeah, well, thank God you consulted Douglas Dietrich first. He consulted hey, son of Adolf Hitler, what do you say? I said, don't. I said, no, Brendan. And I asked him, what are you smoking, Brendan?
Right, what the fuck is wrong?
Yeah. I didn't know you did my kind of drugs. I thought you were a good boy. Yeah, what the fuck? It's like...
Well, there were some people said, the Peace Corps, you could get into, the UN and shit, but I guess it's a different world now. Yeah.
Oh, dude, that's the old world, dude. That world is gone.
Yeah. All right.
Remember what I said before? You could do anything in the government and you would never get fired. Remember that used to be the case too.
Yep,
remember?
That used to be it.
Yeah, it's like
now you have to be a custodian to never get fired.
There you are, and
they'll beg you to stay.
But that's they don't realize the power custodians have. You could always make a map to take the place down for a commando raid. So. Yeah, they need to respect the custodians.
You could take over in seconds, yeah.
Yeah.
They don't even know where the fucking keys are, these people.
Thank you.
You know how many times a day they're like, can you open this for me? Can you find this for me? It's
Oh
like,
my God.
you guys have been working here for 10 years. You don't know how to do this?
It's incredible.
Like,
It's
what the
incredible.
fuck?
They're dependent on you. You're the go-to. You're the go-to.
Yeah, it's bad.
So in captured states, strongman leaders often use economic policy and regulatory decisions to reward their political friends. Exempli the Hungarian dictator Viktor Orbán, the Russian tyrant Vladimir Putin, and the former black South African autocrat Jacob Zuma have all helped their allies by 1. Making government antitrust decisions, 2. Issuing permits and licenses, 3. Awarding government contracts and concessions, 4. Waiving regulations or tariffs, and 5. Conferring tax-exempt status. So state capture is fundamentally a predatory process. By taking over how the American government does business, Musk is seeking to enrich a small but powerful network of allies. And the first beneficiary would be Trump himself, who is no stranger to abusing his office to expand his family's business empire. With a more fully captured state, Trump can take an active role in determining how public wealth is dispersed among corporate and political elites. This decision-making power often goes hand in hand with personalist regimes. Now, that's an important disambiguation from Trump's running on the campaign of populist. He is really a personalist, in which everything is a transaction with the leader. The second beneficiary would be Musk himself and other Silicon Valley mega multi-billionaires who have bent a knee to Trump by positioning their tech companies as the solution to what allegedly ails the federal government, particularly when it comes to the abuse of artificial intelligence. They stand to secure lucrative contracts handed out by the new state. And the third beneficiary would be the small army of engineers and technicians working with Musk to upend the American government. As loyal foot soldiers, these individuals will be compensated with career advancement, financial gains, and networking opportunities, while also enjoying legal impunity. This kind of quid pro quo, I can't even say it, quid pro quo, is how authoritarian regimes work. And what does this mean for us? I mean us, both as the acronym United States, and us, the rest of America. As Musk continues his assault on the federal bureaucracy, the American people will suffer the consequences. The most immediate impact of state capture: worse decisions are made. By purging all experienced civil servants, canceling government contracts, and accessing sensitive information systems, Musk's actions will surely degrade the standard of living at home and endanger all American lives abroad. State capture.
Yeah, people have already been jailed.
Tell them. Yes.
What is it? Is it Kyrgyzstan? Let me see where. Let me read it. Just a second. Hungary,
Kazakhstan,
Slovakia,
Kyrgyzstan. Oh yeah,
Kyrgyzstan. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kyrgyzstan.
Kyrgyzstan.
Kyrgyzstan. Thank you.
Kyrgyzstan.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. So let's see. All the ads keep blocking this thing because it's just they're trying to farm money. But basically, all these USAID places, the second they lost their funding, all the employees were jailed by these like ex-communist authoritarian leaders, and they're left to die.
There you go.
So it says, Japarov specifically called for the closure of Radio Liberty's Kyrgyz service, an award-winning branch of the Radio Free Europe and Radio Liberty that offers critical coverage of Kyrgyzstan in English and Kyrgyz. The president said the people are no longer needed. because they have learned to critically evaluate information. So, in Tajikistan, the health ministry stated that U.S. aid had provided assistance combating tuberculosis, HIV, and malaria. So that was one of the few that said something positive, but the rest of them put everyone in jail immediately, essentially.
It's incredible. Incredible. Yeah. So glad you weren't in the Peace Corps now, aren't you? Imagine you.
Fuck yeah. Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah. Oh, fuck. And, of course, thank you, Brandon.
Yeah, it says here, the worldwide U.S. aid scandal made it obvious that we should fully reclaim our country, the Georgian Dream Party chair Mamuka Mindarzre said last Wednesday. Define the standards of media and ethics. Of course, they know about that, yeah. And then it says, so this proves that this dude's a fucking commie, Elon. Yes. They should also consider the impact of his own words. Elon Musk's tweet that said U.S. aid is a criminal organization may have unintended and politically devastating consequences. Who put their lives at risk are the people who serve the United States. So he's a fucking commie supporter.
Thank you.
He's a Bond villain. He's a fucking Bond villain.
No, he's
from the old Bond films.
It's more like it still gives him too much dignity
like
to say
Evil,
that.
You know, so.
Yeah, it's more like Dr. Evil. Yes, that level. Oh God! Look at what I've just gotten as my here. I'm going to do a screen share here, and so look what I just got on my notification. Here, can you read that?
Let's see. 400 armored Teslas, $400 million worth of armored Teslas. State Department, yeah. So their operators could like die inside of them? Or?
Yeah. The Trump administration is set to purchase $400 million worth of armored Teslas to keep him in business. This is where our tax dollars are going. This is where our tax dollars. That's according to a public State Department procurement document. And so here we are.
So stupid.
It's like, and like you said, they're all going to blow up. These people are going.
They're more dangerous than the Ford Pinto. I mean, I have the article.
Yes,
read it. It's horrible.
Thank you. Well, don't be afraid to get into some of the stats. Yeah, tell people this is. He's endangering whoever's working for the government. So working for the government, here's your government car, and it's like, please no.
Yeah,
no,
please no.
No. It's there we are.
There's already articles trying to like grift and say Cybertruck isn't more explosive than the Ford Pinto. It's like,
what a joke.
Yeah, right.
Thank you. Thank you. But by the way, I'm going to do a screen share. So individual in the chat. The uneducated communist. It doesn't mean we take that as negative. It could be just he's being fun or whatever. People choose weird names. If you are all not familiar with MAGA communism, you should be. Has Aldin predicted this, as did Alexander Dugin. Pretty much what I've said. Thank you. If you've heard me in the past, I have pointed out the connection between Alexander Dugin and Trump populism.
Yeah, well, you helped it, Doug.
Yeah, thank you. Yes. To my eternal shame and disgrace. Yes. Yeah.
Well, to be fair, you were under orders. But,
thank you. Yes, I was under orders. Yes, that's yeah. So the uneducated communists.
Well, look what it got you. It didn't get you much.
Yeah, it didn't get me shit. Yeah, and neither did saving all those kids. Honest to God, no good deed goes unpunished. It's
yeah, true.
Yeah.
Very true.
So that uneducated communist is probably one of the Horcrux of Aquino coming back, and just there you go. I'll just take it as that. And but state capture also means there would be less accountability for the Trump administration's public policy decisions. With a lack of organizational and independent oversight, key decisions over the distribution of economic benefits could be made, informally, behind closed doors. And finally, state capture is inseparable from corruption. Doing business with the U.S. federal government will soon require one to pass a loyalty test rather than a public interest test. Trump's enemies will encounter more hurdles, while his allies will have a seat at the table. Thus did President Trump impose, as was told to us by Brendan Zogit, a 25% tariff on all steel and aluminum imports into these United States on Monday. I first learned that from Brendan, which may not be as simple or popular, but considering the bread and circuses of his Super Bowl Sunday Gulf of America antics, in which he, during his flight to New Orleans, Trump signed a proclamation declaring February 9th the first ever Gulf of America Day, as Air Force One flew over that body of water that he had just renamed by proclamation from the Gulf of Mexico. All
That's
such
so cheesy.
Thank you. All such relevant news was intentionally drowned out by his preferred non-narratives. So there's method to his madness. He does something that crazy, you don't pay attention to the fact that he's robbing you blind. I mean, there's sort of a brilliance to it, really.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And so a federal judge has ruled that the Trump administration has failed to fully comply with the court order to unfreeze $3 trillion appropriated by Congress, one of many judicial directives in dozens of lawsuits.
Is there anything in the literature or the code of federal anything? Like, what happens when these people don't listen? Like,
Thank you.
You send in the fucking guard or what? Like,
that excellent question, or as Peter Moon would say, good cue. Yes. Good cue. Yeah. Well, historically, the ruling is grave in nature, as it's potentially the first tremor in something much bigger. In Bloomberg Opinion, Noah Feldman writes that it's neither surprising nor especially worrisome that Musk is attacking the courts, since he doesn't know anything about law or the Constitution. He is a foreigner, after all, and seems to view both as minor irritants. What is of concern is the effort by Vance, a law school graduate, to undermine the fundamental constitutional principle that the executive branch must comply with a federal court order. Vance did not cross the line by directly calling for the administration to defy a judicial order, and it would be a mistake to declare a constitutional crisis before one exists, but Feldman emphasizes that what Vance is doing is more subtly pernicious and a dangerous legal game in which Vance and Musk question the authority of the courts as Trump's agenda faces legal pushback, with but a single obscure law being the one reason Trump's agenda keeps losing in court. So understand that we go back to Brendan's question. I can always cover that obscure law later on Sunday, but let's look at it this way. Brendan asked a direct question, very similar to what my Blood Boys asks. What happens when the Trump administration ignores court orders? Well, you see, the constitutional crisis is here. You see, sometimes a constitutional crisis sneaks up on you, shrouded in darkness, revealing itself gradually. Other times, it announces itself dramatically. Well, Elon Musk, to whom Donald Trump has delegated the task of neutering the congressional spending authority laid out in Article 1 of our Constitution, could hardly be more obvious about his intentions if he rode into Washington on a horse trailed by Roman legions. At 3:59 a.m. yesterday, day before by now, on his social media platform, Musk wrote, "This is the one shot the American people have to defeat bureau," all uppercase, "rocracy, the rule of the bureaucrats, and restore demo," all uppercase, "cracy, rule of the people. We're never going to get another chance like this. It's now or never. Your support is crucial to the success of the revolution of the people." Talking like a communist, Brendan. There you go.
Yeah, no, he is. It makes sense.
Yeah. So here's Musk.
Because the only countries that U.S. aid was helping were the ex-communist countries, and it was literally the people that were funding, or the group, or the bureau that was funding Radio Free Europe, the anti-communist fucking force.
Yeah.
So why would they defund just that? Like, first? like there's only one explanation. It's just.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
And like you said, the South Africans are commies.
Yes, they are now. Yeah, they weren't under apartheid. By the way, so here's from the uneducated communist. Back to chat here. I'm just going to show you this because he says, I'm not an Aquino acolyte at all, and I appreciate the work you've done to expose Satanism. Outside of that, though, I share none of your opinions, but you're highly interesting because you are the most consistently opposite my views. As an openly woke fascist, you are way, uppercase, ahead of the political realignment. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's fine. Okay, we can all live with that.
Profoundly, profound.
Yeah. And
and that's like a mature way. I mean, it's just like there's nothing wrong with.
Thank you.
Dealing with other opposite sides. It's not like fragile Trump and Musk. You know,
yeah. Yes. Thank you. Or any of our gang stalkers. Or any of our gang stalkers.
Yeah.
You notice with our gang stalkers, it's always like, you must go down. It's like, and there's no reason. There's no
you are wrong.
Yeah, it's like, no, you're lying. They always
stolen valor.
Yeah. No, they never say I'm wrong. They always say I'm lying. They never say I'm wrong.
Yes. Classic.
Yes.
Fucking classic.
It's just insane on their part. Now, so here is Musk as a proxy for Trump, casting himself as a revolutionary force, an embodiment of the popular will, no less, demanding extraordinary powers to fight some unstated emergency. Why exactly is eliminating these programs right this very instant so important? If, as Musk says, they are teeming with waste and fraud, presumably Congress could pass legislation to reduce or eliminate the problem, and if that were to fall short, it could try again later. Instead, Musk cites a vague crisis that requires suspending all normal operations and concentrating power in his own hands. According to various reports, he is holed up in the Eisenhower building with a small team of young engineers who possess neither government experience nor the authority to question his impulsive judgments, on the hunt for Marxist plots lurking within long-standing federal programs. The situation exposes a well-known flaw in the design of our Constitution. The founders famously failed to anticipate the rise of political parties. They assumed that each branch of government would jealously guard its own powers and thus check the others. But political parties created a different incentive system in which members of the legislative branch can see their role as essentially employees of the president. Trump, who has convinced the Republican base that his interests, his own personal interests, are indistinguishable from the party's, and transposed his overbearing apprentice boss persona onto his relations with co-partisans in Congress, is exploiting these incentives more than any other president in history. By the way, I'm going to check what our man has put up here, some sigils to protect us. And, oh yes, do read this review, please. That analysis on the please. That's important.
According to analysis by Auto News website Fuel Arc, comparing the rate of fire fatalities of the Cybertruck's first year failure truck to the Ford Pinto.
Yeah, you renamed it perfectly. The failure truck. I love it.
Cybertruck's first year fatalities in its first year to that of the Ford Pinto during its entire lifetime. The Cybertruck has a fatality rate 17 times that of the problematic Pinto. Fuel Arc carried out its analysis by calculating fire fatalities per 100,000 units, which is 14.5 for the Cybertruck compared to 0.85 for Ford Pinto, which was considered the most dangerous car in American history, other than the Corvair. So,
Jesus.
So there you go.
Thank you, and that shows
it's a fucking death trap.
And this is the man who has our destiny in his hands.
Yeah,
we are doomed.
And then they're gonna order like 40 million of them or something.
Oh,
400 million.
$400 million worth of them. So it's probably gonna be like it's just insane. And that's just to keep them in our tax dollars, people.
Yeah, that's efficiency for you.
Yeah, that's
they're gonna railroad them through with no regulation, and yeah, there you go.
Yeah, thank you. Just outrageous.
Who's gonna volunteer to drive them? I wouldn't.
Thank you. It's like, well, one thing we know: all the people that they're giving favor to will pay the price. There you go. That's instant karma.
Right.
Instant karma. This is what happened to the collaborators. I am a Trump must collaborator.
Isn't this the same shit that happened in the Soviet Union?
Yeah, kind of. No, except the Soviets probably had better cars. As bad as the cars were. Well, nobody really got cars, but
yeah.
At any rate, in theory, Congress ought to revolt against the prospect of Musk deciding which federal programs should live and which should die. In reality, its Republican members largely share Trump's objectives. And to the extent...
and isn't the cabinet like not a technical... Like, they don't have any power, right? What we learned about the cabinet was that, in civics, which apparently they don't teach anymore.
Yes, that's right.
That the cabinet is just like advisors for the president, right?
Interesting.
That they're not actually allowed to do anything. Is this not the case?
I believe you're theoretically correct, but by that you're not referring to the House and the Senate. You're referring to specifically the president's cabinet.
The president's cabinet,
yes,
cannot actually make decisions.
Well,
except apparently this time.
Well, the cabinet should be able to run their own personal empires, meaning that intelligence or whatever the cabinet's in charge of, health and human services, that sort of thing. That's what makes all of his cabinet nominations so alarming. But other than that, yes, they need to advise the president, and the president makes the decisions.
I don't think it's in the Constitution. That's what I'm saying.
Right, understood. I'll have to look that up. That's something I'll have to look up. And don't be afraid to look that up yourself. And if anyone's in...
Here it is. It says, they painstakingly, which we know they didn't because they had iced tea by the slaves, when they hammered out the U.S. Constitution in the spring and summer of 87, the constitutional delegates toyed with the idea of a presidential advisory body, which later to be known as the cabinet. One proposal called it a privy council, which is what the Brits would call it, composed of amongst others, the president of the Senate, the Speaker of the House, and the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. In the end, the delegates couldn't agree on who should be on this council or who should pick them, according to this politics professor. As a result, the Constitution makes no mention of anything like a cabinet, instead saying only that the president shall have power to appoint executive department heads with Senate's approval, while the president may require the opinion in writing of these officials. The framers were of many minds, and they took the path of least resistance, left it to be hashed out later. But no mandate required him to form a cabinet. George Washington found the concept useful for soliciting advice. Interesting question of national importance, 1789. He sent his first nomination, Alexander Hamilton, as Secretary of Treasury to the Senate, which was unanimously approved. And others followed: Thomas Jefferson, Secretary of War, Attorney General Edmund Randolph, etc. The 4 cabinet members were consulted. Let's see what it was saying. They were pitted against each other like two cocks, arguing feverishly over things such as the National Bank, etc. Yeah, there's no formal rule for it.
There you go.
It says later on they added some stuff. Oh yeah, the XYZ affair. You know about that, I'm sure. You remember that?
Yes, the near war with France. Yes,
Yes.
continue. Yes.
Yeah. So they had a little bit of strife there, but they're still, as of, let me see where it just referenced another time period. Interior and agriculture were put in 1849 and 1889 respectively. As the United States expanded west, labor and commerce also split in 1903. So all these departments were extra constitutional. They're just added on over time.
There we are.
So
and Musk is operating in that gray area, and
fuck.
Yes, so
These bastards.
Yeah.
Why didn't they make a decision before? Now we're fucked.
Yeah, well, there you go. In the end, it's all force majeure. It's by, it'll take another civil war, and then we simply rewrite the Constitution so that it has these factors in it. We use the basics, and we add because the best part of the Constitution is the amendments anyway. So we just use the basics and do the amendments. Our constitutional convention will happen after winning the civil war that Trump and Musk are starting, basically against all of America other than the wealthy. They're
I mean, they can have, like, why don't they just take the Eastern Seaboard? They can have it. Just fucking leave me the fuck alone.
Yeah. Well, in broken news, His Highness, the King of Jordan, has visited the White House and told Trump that he will take in thousands of Palestinian children. Jordan's King Abdullah II said he would take in 2,000 Palestinian children from Gaza who are very sick or have cancer, signaling a new openness to a plan by President Donald Trump to resettle the residents of the war-torn strip. And in his Oval Office meeting with the king, Trump called the offer a beautiful gesture. So this brings us to Gaza Riviera. Will Trump make Gaza or Greenland the 51st state? Trump said he is serious about Canada becoming our 51st state in his Super Bowl interview. Now, usually, Brendan, January and February seem like slow months that drag on forever as we wait for spring. But not this year. It's hard to believe the Trump administration has only been in office for a little over 2.5 weeks by now. 3 weeks? They're moving so fast, it's hard to keep track of everything that's happened between each transmission. I mean, now that I've heard the groundhog saw his shadow the other day, I can only assume that means another 6 weeks of wild executive orders. I mean, perhaps I'll just crawl back into my burrow. Trump has threatened tariffs against Canada and Mexico and imposed them on the People's Republic of China. There's talk of taking over Greenland and the Panama Canal, not to mention sanctions against Russia and executive orders to build an American Iron Dome, missile defense. And
what the fuck? How do we not have one?
Thank you.
What? Didn't we build theirs?
We built Israel's.
Doesn't even make sense.
But we don't have one ourselves. We built Israel's, but we don't have one ourselves.
Why do we need one? It's like, what the fuck?
Thank you.
I guess after what he's doing.
Yeah, after what he's doing, we're going to need one.
Yeah.
Everyone's got
one. At least
one.
he's aware. At least he's self-aware.
Yes, thank you. Got to give him credit for that.
Yeah, because he even double-crossed the Japanese.
Yes.
He was supposed to exempt them from the steel tax,
yes.
the steel tariff, and then it turns out, nope.
Yeah.
Steel and aluminum from everybody.
Yes.
You know, it's like, what the fuck?
Yes. He's just he truly wants to bring us back.
What is the point of that?
I told you he wants to take us back in time. If we no longer global, we're going to revert to the states and the counties because we're going to go back in time.
But who's smelting fucking steel? Who's
Thank you.
Steel. Pittsburgh is in shambles.
Thank you.
Like, what the fuck?
You know? Yes. It's madness.
And Philly, after they won the game, they destroyed their own city. It's like, Jesus.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
There's no one left to make steel over here.
Thank you. Thank you. Plus the USAID shutdown and restructuring, and now a proposal for the United States to occupy Gaza. So where should we even begin? let's start with Gaza, which is both the most recent outburst and has the biggest potential downside for United States national security. Gaza has shattered the West's mythology. The genocide has exposed post-World War II illusions of any common humanity. So, the Trump misadministration hosted Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Tuesday at the White House, and during remarks to the press, Trump said that the United States would occupy the Gaza Strip, where Israel has been fighting its war against Hamas. He told them that the United States has an opportunity to do something that could be phenomenal, the Riviera of the Middle East, and that all the Palestinians who live in the Strip will be resettled elsewhere. Now, I'm not even sure where to begin with this. It's pretty much every bad idea you can imagine rolled into one. The U.S. government takes responsibility for the territory Israel has flattened, gets to combat a likely, guaranteed Hamas insurgency, is in charge of ethnically cleansing the Gaza Strip by removing all the Palestinians. And for what? To build luxury hotels on the beach? This is beyond madness. Trump's outsider status and comfort with disruption has the virtue of drawing attention to a failing policy. And I think we can all admit
what exactly is the point of clearing the Gaza of people? Like, I thought they were tripping about the Dome of the Rock. Why do they what is the point of the other side?
They want that luxury beach property. That should be obvious. That's like casinos.
But that seems like so cheesy to me. It's like, don't they own, like, they own so much other shit. I mean, but just invest in other countries like the Russians. It's like, your country's useless. I mean, it's like...
Thank you. It's like, it's a lot of beach. Beach is the best property in the world. I mean, it's...
until the Svartalfard flood the shit out of it.
Yeah, no shit. Until the Svartalfheim, rise the sea levels to the point where we're all drowning. Yeah, that's... thank you. It's we'll get back to that. It's at any rate, like,
but it just seems so cheesy. I mean, just building hotels. There's so many hotels. If no one has money, who's gonna fucking go there?
Thank you.
Like, what the fuck is the point of it?
Who can afford to go there? It's like, how many rich people can there be with the rest of us?
And they get bored real quick.
Yes.
It's like, what the fuck?
Yes.
And I think I said it when I first heard this, is like, out of all the places on Earth, people are only going to, like, Japan and all the nice places. What are they gonna... No one's gonna go out of their way when there's, like, fucking Dubai next door to go there. It's like it's insanity. Like, it's just bad investment.
So the uneducated communist in the chat says, I believe the president is able to delegate management of the executive branch departments to the cabinet. Thank you for that input.
Yes.
Then he says, well, there was that incident in Hawaii that magically spared homes with blue roofs. So it wouldn't be the first time. So I believe he's referring to what you talked about in Maui, where maybe certain homes were spared the fires or something of that nature.
Yeah, that was part of the theories.
Okay.
But we mentioned something recently about that.
Yeah, we may have.
In regards to what, I guess is the question.
Yeah. He's just kind of bringing that up as I'm not quite sure why he brought that up, but I guess he thought about that. But in terms of the luxury hotels on the beach, yes, it seems like such a pointless endeavor. It really does. It seems so, to win a war, to open up a tourist venue is beyond bizarre. That's not only win a war, but conduct a genocide, an ethnic
cleansing. Like, it's surreal. It's like
yes, it's out of this world.
It's like, like, even the Romans were like, they went and salted Carthage and didn't and like shat on them. It's like,
yes.
Like, what's the point?
Yeah.
They didn't go there and build a fucking resort town or something.
No, of course not.
It's just
Yeah, nobody fought
weird.
like that. Nobody
Fucking
fought
weird.
like that. Yeah, I guess. But like I said, we can all admit that the politically correct mantra of the two-state solution has been tried for more than 30 years by now and failed. We don't seem like we're getting
Yeah,
any
I
closer.
get it. Something has to change, but
Yeah.
like, you know,
Yeah.
what the fuck? Like,
Yeah. Yeah. That's so one might see Trump's provocative proposal in part as a challenge to the regional actors. Trump doesn't seem like a military occupation. He doesn't seem to like military occupation and nation building, or at least he didn't in the past. Maybe this is all a walk-in soul and he's a changeling now, but after all, he was a critic of the U.S. wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, so one could almost be forgiven in rationalizing that he really doesn't relish the idea of taking over Gaza. The Trump apologists argue that he's laying out a bold position and challenging the Palestinian Authority and Arab states by saying essentially, if you don't like the idea of the displacement of the Palestinians and an American occupation in your backyard, then offer something better. They might be right that this is a negotiating tactic, but even as Trump's staff tried to walk it back, the president himself doubled down on Truth Social, saying that Palestinians would be resettled in the region and the United States would manage Gaza's redevelopment. So he's in. He's serious. He's all in. And while it has certainly grabbed the attention of leaders in Arab capitals, they seem unwilling to cave and take significant numbers of Palestinian refugees from Gaza, there being a widespread belief across much of the region that doing so will simply enable Israel to annex the Strip and displace its Palestinians permanently, because that's exactly what would happen. Nor are regional states keen to bear the cost of rebuilding Gaza just to see Israel flatten it again in a few years. They've tried that approach before, and it doesn't work. So perhaps Trump will get some concessions on aid to Gaza, but I don't see any regional states committing significantly more. And this notion of occupying Gaza, it's in direct conflict with Trump's own reported priorities, which is expanding upon the Abraham Accords from his first term, particularly through Saudi-Israeli normalization. But at this point, progress toward a Palestinian state is a prerequisite in Riyadh, capital of Saudi Arabia, for any steps toward normalization, as the Saudis themselves keep repeating loudly and publicly. So while the professionally paid pundits don't know who's been telling the president that an occupation of Gaza will help this goal, I myself know for a fact that it's his own transgendered son-in-law, Jared Kushner.
yeah. Yeah, were you able to check that article I sent you?
Oh, send it to me again. What was the link? What was it about? Tell me.
About Kushner, yeah.
Okay. Oh God,
This was all his idea, or their idea.
Thank you. Thank you. Is that let me see, I'll go to the private message.
It says here, I'll resend it so you don't have to look for it.
Okay, thank you.
But it says here, Gaza, the Trump family's Middle East interests. And it references by their family, they says, it echoes sentiments expressed by Kushner in an interview at Harvard University in February 2024 when he said, or they said, Gaza's waterfront property would be, quote unquote, very valuable if people would focus on building up livelihoods, quote unquote. They added that.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Some bullshit. It's
like your uncle saying, see, the Palestinians just don't work. That's the problem.
Yeah. No, he said shit like that.
Yeah.
He like is self-loathing Arab.
Yeah.
They're just a bunch of Arabs. They're a bunch of scammers. And it's like, dude, you're a fucking scammer.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
He added that from Israel's perspective, he would do his best to, quote unquote, move the people out and then clean it up. So Trump's just saying exactly what he's saying, or they. She.
Thank you.
In
this case. We can use it in this case. For Jared Kushner, we'll use it. Yeah. But whoever suggested it, they're wrong. The only person who will be happy with a U.S. occupation of the Gaza Strip is Bibi Netanyahu, who gets to foist responsibility for cleaning up his mess onto these United States.
Oh, yeah, he was loving that. Did you see? That's the first time I ever seen him smile. He was cheesing.
Oh, man.
Fucker.
I thought his face would break.
Yeah.
I thought his
never
face
seen
would
him
break.
cheese like that before.
Yes. Yeah, that's...
At least Putin's got the stoic look no matter what. This fucker can't... He doesn't got that.
I don't think Putin can even smile anymore. I think something happened to his fucking face where they restructured it or something, and they injected too much Botox or plastic or something, and he can't even move his muscles anymore.
Well, I mean, those KGB fools are always like that.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
I don't think anyone in the Soviet Union smiled. It's like... is that the case? That's what it seemed like. Anyway.
Yeah.
But this is a quote from Trump. He said, Trump has since doubled down, suggesting that Palestinians wouldn't be allowed to return to Gaza, quote unquote, because they're going to have much better housing, quote unquote. He told Fox News. AKA NEOM. The super jail.
Yeah, the super concentration camp.
Yeah.
It's like, and that brings us back to the Warsaw Ghetto. It brings us back to the Holocaust. The Polish poet, Czesław Miłosz, after the Warsaw Ghetto uprising, recalled hearing screams from the ghetto on a beautiful quiet night, a country night in the outskirts of Warsaw. He wrote, "The screaming gave us goose pimples. They were the screams of thousands of people being murdered. It traveled through the silent spaces of the city from among a red glow of fires, under indifferent stars, into the benevolent silence of gardens in which plants laboriously emitted oxygen. The air was fragrant, and a man felt that it was good to be alive. There was something particularly cruel in this piece of the night, whose beauty and human crime struck the heart simultaneously. We did not look each other in the eye." Now, in a poem Miłosz wrote in occupied Warsaw, titled Campo dei Fiori, he evokes, the merry-go-round next to the ghetto's wall, on which the riders move skyward through the smoke of corpses, and whose jaunty tune drowns out the cries of agony and despair. And living in Berkeley, California, while the U.S. military bombed and killed hundreds of thousands of Vietnamese, an atrocity he compared to the deeds of my biological father Adolf Hitler and the crimes of Joseph Stalin, Miłosz again knew shameful complicity in extreme barbarity, thus writing, "If we are capable of compassion and at the same time are powerless, then we live in a state of desperate exasperation." Now, this is what brings us to Israel's annihilation of the Gaza. But first, I'm going to check into what Brendan has shared. There we are. Gaza, the Trump family's Middle East. Thank you. Oh, my fucking God. And so please read this. Thank you. Read this, what you've shared with us. The entries, please.
Oh, it's just a excerpt.
Yes, please, read it.
Yeah, the PIF, which is chaired by Saudi Crown Prince, some kind of investment group, and de facto ruler Mohammed bin Salman has invested $2 billion in Affinity, which is a company that's, I guess, partially owned by Kushner or something, invested in by him or something. Several other major Gulf investors have poured money into Kushner's project, including Qatar Investment Authority, QIA, and Abu Dhabi-based asset manager Lunate. Kushner also has substantial investments in Israel, particularly the insurance company Phoenix Holdings and the Shlomo Group, which is just the worst freaking Hebrew word they could have used for that. It sounds so bad. Shlomo.
Shlomo. It sounds sleazy. Sounds like a scam.
That's what like the New York Jews used to call you a schmuck. Like,
yes.
Fucking Shlomo.
Shlomo. Yes, that's true. I was wondering where it's a Yiddishism. It's a Yiddishism. Yeah. And thank you. So there you go.
It means something else, but it means peace or something. But
Yeah.
They use it as like a joke.
Yeah, like a dupe.
Shlomo.
Like somebody's a dupe. That's yeah. Now, Israel's annihilation of the
And that's
Gaza.
ironic, talking about where the
Yeah.
group of peace, Shlomo group
Oh, yeah.
investment, peace investments, kill everyone for peace.
That's what it brings us back to. Israel's annihilation of the Gaza. It was provisioned by Western democracies, and it inflicted this psychic ordeal that I've just described through that poetry for months on millions of people. We were all those people in that merry-go-round next to the ghetto's wall. We were all involuntary witnesses to an act of political evil who allowed ourselves to occasionally think that it was good to be alive and then heard the screams of a mother watching her daughter burned to death in yet another school bombed by Israel. Now, the Shoah scarred several Jewish generations. Jewish Israelis in 1948 experienced the birth of their nation state as a matter of life and death, and then again in 1967 and 1973 amid annihilationist rhetoric from their Arab enemies. So for many Jews who have grown up with the knowledge that the Jewish population of Europe was almost entirely wiped out for no reason other than it was Jewish by their own retelling of the tale, the world cannot appear but fragile. Now among them, the massacres and hostage-taking in Israel in October 7th of 2023 by Hamas and other Palestinian groups rekindled a fear of another Holocaust. But it was clear from the start that the most fanatical Israeli leadership in history would not shrink from exploiting an omnipresent sense of violation, bereavement, and horror. Israel's leaders claimed the right to self-defense against Hamas, but as Omer Bartov, a major historian of the Holocaust, recognized in August of 2024, they sought from the very beginning, his words, to make the entire Gaza Strip uninhabitable and to debilitate its population to such a degree that it would either die out or seek all possible options to flee the territory. This is conspiracy to genocide. And thus, for months after October 7th, billions of people beheld an extraordinary onslaught on Gaza, whose victims, as Blaine Nye Grele, an Irish lawyer, who argued on behalf of South Africa at the International Court of Justice in The Hague, so put it, were broadcasting their own destruction in real time in the desperate, so far vain, hope that the world might do something. But the world, or more specifically the West, didn't do anything. Let me look at what Brendan has shared first. California pot industry faces extinction. Oh, yes. Yes. Tell us about this. Yes. Oh, yes. This is the local pot industry, right? Or what? Legal
No, it's
pot.
a statewide. They have to raise taxes because the Department of Cannabis Control is in a deficit. The DCC is in a huge $23 million budget deficit, so they have to raise licensing fees, but it's going to basically make it impossible for these growers to keep up with it. And then the consumer is not going to try and, pay more for weed, so they're just going to end up growing it or something themselves or buying off the street, thereby destroying the legal pot industry.
So it all goes back to fucking, your
Yep.
local dealer all over again.
Yep, they shot themselves in the foot.
Yes. Oh my God.
Why did they? They need Musk in here to fix it.
Yeah, there you go.
Like,
There you go.
why
Just
did
fire
they
everybody.
make such a big freaking just to collect taxes off pot? So you guys fucked up. Someone fucked up.
Yeah,
They got greedy.
Yeah. They fucked up every step of the way. First off, it should never have been legalized because all the local pot dealers were making it was a growth industry. It was a killing industry. By that I mean they were all making a killing, and they were doing well, and they kept saying legalize it, legal like fucking idiots, and then their entire industry died out, and now it took this to finally
Yes.
bring it back. It's like, God, this is an example where the government can't do it right. Holy
Yeah, it says
shit.
the California legal cannabis market contracted over 20% in the last 2 years, and state collections have plummeted because, and also many cannabis businesses cannot even afford to pay their existing taxes, and they owe an estimated 1.3 billion in excise tax and missed payment penalties.
Thank you. It's
There you go.
There you go. It's it'd be funny if it weren't so tragic. It's but
Yeah.
now
And then
like,
they want to increase it to 25%. It's
well,
just like,
yeah, well, they can
if
increase
they
it.
aren't paying, if they're already not paying,
Yeah,
like,
I was about to say, yeah, they can increase it to 120%, right?
Right.
Whatever the fuck they want. It's like,
it's counterintuitive. So there you go.
yes, but then
And apparently, no one's smoking pot anymore.
thank God.
The people are sick of just being brain dead.
Yes, thank God. I can only hope. You know, pot smokers are the worst. I mean, literally, they don't do shit. They don't do shit. They are fucked. They can't make it through the day.
Yeah.
You know, that
Yeah,
it's,
guess what? That friend that still is not employed is
Yeah.
doing nothing still.
yeah, and he's a pothead, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
there you go.
And then every time I'm telling him, like, dude, just stop smoking just save money, don't smoke, don't do all this, like, get blasted every fucking day. And
Thank you.
he's like, it helps me every day. It's my, it's my, what would be the word for therapy? It's my therapy and shit.
Yeah, oh God,
Dude,
yeah,
it's fucking you up.
yeah. Remember that Abdul Kadim Haq? He was a wake and bake motherfucker. He would wake and bake. It's
And I get it. It helps. Like what Vinny said, it helps him with his pain, but you don't get blasted every single day.
Thank you.
As a medicine. Like, that's not how that works.
Thank you. Well, it's like Vinny said, when he's not hurting, he doesn't use it. So, yeah,
exactly.
That's the way it should be. That's what they mean by therapy, not this wake and bake, every day. It's like, oh,
yeah, I've
man.
been there and done that, and it doesn't do anything. Just waste time and money.
Yeah, thank you. It's like, okay, love this. Thank you for that image. Beautiful image. And a great sigil.
Bankai. Yeah.
Now, as I was referring to earlier about the Warsaw Ghetto analogy, behind the walls of the Warsaw Ghetto, Marek Edelman was terribly afraid that nobody in the world would notice a thing, and nothing, no message about us, would ever get out, would ever make it out. Now, that wasn't the case in Gaza, where victims foretold their death on digital media hours before they were executed, and the murderers, all Jewish, breezily broadcast their deeds on TikTok. Yet the live-streamed liquidation of Gaza was daily obfuscated by the instruments of the West's military and cultural hegemony, from the leaders of the United States and United Kingdom attacking the International Criminal Court and the International Court of Justice, to the New York Times editors instructing their staff in an internal memo to avoid the terms refugee camps, occupied territory, and ethnic cleansing. Now, every day came to be poisoned by the awareness that while we went on about our lives, hundreds of ordinary people were being murdered or being forced to witness the murder of their children. And pleas from the people in Gaza, often well-known writers and journalists, warning that they and their loved ones were about to be killed, followed by the news of their killing, compounded the humiliation of physical and political incapacity. Those driven by the guilt of helpless implication to scan U.S. President Joe Biden's face for some single sign of mercy, and I'm saying this for the sake of Troy Bellamy, who keeps saying that Biden stood up to the Jews. We all looked in his face for some sign of an end to bloodletting, and all we found was an eerily smooth hardness, broken only by a nervous smirk, when he blurted out Israeli lies that Palestinians had beheaded Israeli babies. Righteous hopes aroused by this or that United Nations resolution, frantic appeals from humanitarian non-governmental organizations or NGOs, the strictures from jurors at The Hague, the last-minute replacement of Biden as presidential candidate, all the hopes were brutally dashed, one after the other. And by late 2024, many people living very far from Gaza's killing fields were feeling, at a remove, but feeling that they had been dragged through an epic landscape of misery and failure, anguish and exhaustion. If you're asking Douglas, who are you talking about? I can personally recount the Blood Boys feeling this every day, watching this mass murder and saying, why doesn't somebody do something? Why are they killing these people? Now, this might seem an exaggerated emotional toll among mere onlookers, but then the shock and outrage provoked when Picasso unveiled Guernica, with its horses and humans screaming while being murdered from the sky, was the effect of a single image from Gaza of a father holding the headless corpse of his child. And it wasn't a goddamn Picasso painting in surrealism, it was an actual photograph. And this war will eventually recede into the past. Time may flatten its towering pile of horrors, but the signs of the calamity will remain in Gaza for decades. In the injured bodies, the orphaned children, the rubble of its cities, the homeless people, in the pervasive presence and consciousness of mass bereavement, and those of us who watched helplessly from afar the killing and maiming of tens of thousands on a narrow coastal strip, and witnessed as well the applause, or at the least indifference, of the powerful, will live with our own inner wound and a trauma that will not pass away for years. My Blood Boys have been scarred by that conflict, and to hear a president say, we're going to build hotels over that mass grave, to dispute the very dispute over how to signify Israel's violence. Legitimate self-defense, just war in tough urban conditions, or ethnic cleansing and crimes against humanity will never be settled. It's not difficult to recognize, however, in the constellation of Israel's moral and legal infractions, signs of the ultimate atrocity. The frank and routine resolves from Israeli leaders to eradicate Gaza, their implicit sanction by a public deploring inadequate retribution by the IDF, the Israel Defense Force in Gaza, their identification of victims with irreconcilable evil, the fact that most victims were entirely innocent, the overwhelming majority of them women and children, the scale of devastation proportionately greater than that achieved by the Allied bombing of Germany in World War II. The pace of the killings, filling up mass graves across Gaza, and their modes, sinisterly impersonal, reliant on artificial intelligence algorithms, supplied by Elon Musk. And personal, confirmed reports of snipers shooting children in the head, always twice, whenever possible. The denial of access to food and medicine, the hot metal sticks inserted into the rectums of naked prisoners, the destruction of schools, universities, museums, churches, mosques, and even cemeteries. The puerility of evil embodied by IDF soldiers dancing around in the lingerie of dead or fleeing Palestinian women, and the popularity of such TikTok infotainment in Israel, and the careful execution of the journalists in Gaza documenting the annihilation of their own people. Now, people will say, of course, the heartlessness accompanying an industrial-scale slaughter is not unprecedented. For decades now, Hashoah has set the standard of human evil. The extent to which people identify it as such and promise to do everything in their power to combat Judeophobia serves in the West as the very measure of our civilization. But many consciences were awakened or enlightened over the years European Jewry was obliterated. Much of genteel Europe joined, often zealously, in the Nazi assault on Jews, even as the news of their mass murder was met with skepticism and indifference in the West, especially these United States. As late as February of 1944, George Orwell recorded that reports of atrocities against Jews bounced off consciousness like peas off a steel helmet. His words. Western leaders declined to admit large numbers of Jewish refugees for years after the revelation of Nazi actions. Afterwards, Jewish suffering was ignored and suppressed. Meanwhile, West Germany, far from being denazified, received a cheap absolution from Western powers while being enlisted into the Cold War against Soviet communism under victory conditions imposed by the victorious Axis. The Axis of Nations, which truly won the war, or kept it going in perpetuity, as the Reich in exile has done. These events that took place in living memory undermined the basic assumption of both religious traditions and the secular Enlightenment, that human beings have a fundamentally moral nature. The corrosive suspicion that they don't is now widespread. Many more people have closely witnessed death and mutilation under regimes of callousness, timidity, and censorship. They recognize with a shock that everything is possible, remembering past atrocities remembering past atrocities is no guarantee against repeating them in the present. And the foundations of international law and morality are not secure at all. Now, much has happened in the world in recent years. Natural catastrophes, financial breakdowns, political earthquakes, a global pandemic, and wars of conquest and vengeance. Yet, no disaster compares to Gaza. Nothing has left us with such an intolerable weight of grief, perplexity, and bad conscience. Nothing has yielded so much shameful evidence of our lack of passion and indignation, narrowness of outlook, and feebleness of thought. A whole generation of young people in the West was pushed into moral adulthood by the words and actions, or I should say inaction, of its elders in politics and journalism, and forced to reckon, almost on its own, with acts of savagery, aided by the world's richest and most powerful democracies. Biden's stubborn malice and cruelty to the Palestinians was just one of many gruesome riddles presented by Western politicians and journalists. It would have been easy for Western leaders to withhold unconditional support to an extremist regime in Israel while acknowledging the necessity of pursuing and bringing to justice those guilty of war crimes on October 7th. Why then did Genocide Joe Biden repeatedly claim to have seen atrocity videos that do not exist? Why did the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, a former human rights attorney himself, assert that Israel has the right to withhold power and water? I should reverse that order in importance, water and power, from Palestinians, and punish those in the Labour Party calling for a ceasefire? Why did Jürgen Habermas, the eloquent champion of the Western Enlightenment no less, doggedly leap to the defense of avowed ethnic cleansers? And what made The Atlantic magazine, one of the oldest periodicals in these United States, publish an article arguing, after the murder of nearly 8,000 children in Gaza, that it is possible to kill children legally? What explains the recourse to the passive voice in the mainstream Western media while reporting Israeli atrocities, which made it harder to see who is doing what to whom and under what circumstances? The headline of a BBC report on Israeli soldiers unleashing an attack dog on a disabled Palestinian read, "The lonely death of Gaza man with Down syndrome." Really? Like he just keeled over on his own without the help from those trained attack dogs. And why? In God's name, why did U.S. multi-billionaires help spur pitiless crackdowns on protesters on college campuses? Why were the academics and journalists sacked, artists and thinkers deplatformed, and young people barred from jobs for appearing to defy a pro-Israel consensus? Our Lady Victoria was put on a list. Why did the West, while defending and sheltering Ukrainians from a venomous assault, so pointedly exclude Palestinians from the community of human obligation and responsibility? Regardless of how we address these questions, they force us to look squarely at the phenomenon we confront, a catastrophe jointly inflicted by Western democracies, which has destroyed the necessary illusion that emerged from the aggression. That's a Latin word for Exodus. The aggression of fascism into a breakaway civilization in 1945, of any common humanity, underpinned by respect for human rights and a minimum of legal and political norms. I mean, we'll all have to see how all this plays out. In the meantime, Trump has since said, "I would own this," and that Palestinians won't have the right to return to Gaza under his plan. So, Brendan, a response before you turn in for the night. Do you plan to invest in beachfront property in the new Riviera of the Middle East? I need to give my voice a break. So if you're still awake. Oh, let's see if he can come back on. I probably put him to sleep, poor fella. He can't get off mute. Yeah, he went under. Poor kid. There you go. It's overwhelming. So let's take a look at the numbers. All right. Yeah. He says, "I am useless in this state." Sleep. Thank you. We love you. All right. Blessed dreams. All right. Okay. Get some rest. Yes. And Brendan is typed. No need to type, Brendan. We get the message. Gute Nacht. Yes. Good night, Brendan. All right. Wonder what dreams he'll have now. And so our friend in chat, the uneducated communist, says, "Gaza, clearing out beachfront property. I will tell you that the Gaza issue was the sole reason I did not vote. No one who was running was credibly against what Israel did there." Thank you. Deeply appreciate it. And at any rate, we might return to this. I did a few hours monologue tonight. We do have good numbers. I should continue with, in a sense, going on with civics and various other topics. At any rate, that waterfront property isn't going to look too good while U.S. troops are fighting an insurgency all over it. And I think Bob Pape's argument at Foreign Policy magazine earlier last week is also worth considering. U.S. occupation of the Gaza Strip will only set off a new wave of jihadi violence across the Middle East and elsewhere. He makes a valid point. Hamas and other Palestinian terror groups have not historically targeted these United States, but a U.S. occupation of Gaza will change that. This Saturday, President Trump said that Palestinians won't have the right to return to Gaza, and I would own this, expanding on his statements last week that the United States would take over and own the Gaza Strip, and that Palestinians should not return. The president made the comment during an interview with Fox News' Bret Baier that was recorded Saturday, but the latest portion was only released on Monday. God knows why they were trying to cover it up, or cover his ass for him. The president's remarks come as Israel and Hamas continue to carry out a tenuous ceasefire and hostage deal. Hamas still holds captives from its October 7th, 2023 preemptive surgical strike on Israel. The president told Baier, "We build beautiful communities for the 1.9 million people. We'll build beautiful communities, safe communities. Could be 5, 6, could be 2, but we'll build safe communities a little bit away from where they are, where all of this danger is. In the meantime, I would own this. Think of it as a real estate development for the future. It would be a beautiful piece of land." Baier asked Mr. Trump, would the Palestinians have a right to return? Mr. Trump responded, "No, they wouldn't, because they're going to have much better housing. Much better. In other words, I'm talking about building a permanent place for them. Because if they have to return now, it'll be years before you could ever... It's not habitable. It could be years before it could happen." And Mr. Trump repeated his assertions that Jordan and Egypt might spend the money to resettle and house Palestinians, though both countries have so far rejected that idea. And it's not clear where the approximately 2.1 million Palestinians who live in Gaza would be housed, while dwellings for them were being built elsewhere. We all know where they're going. Neom, the supermassive mirrored concentration camp in the desert leading to nowhere in the House of Saud. The president's latest suggestion, however, that he individually would own any of the land or real estate developments in Gaza under his plan is new, although the president has repeatedly suggested that Palestinians should live elsewhere. His response that Palestinians don't have the right to return is his furthest reaching statement on that matter yet, and constitutes an implicit rejection of a two-state solution. The president's words have already sparked anger from the Palestinian community. Many have hoped that the land would become an independent Palestinian state, and in the past, Mr. Trump has expressed support for a two-state solution. Israel has welcomed Mr. Trump's proposal that the U.S. take over the land, while some families of the hostages captured by Hamas have expressed fear that Mr. Trump's remarks could hinder the release of the remaining hostages. Now, last week, during a visit by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Mr. Trump said of Palestinians in Gaza that they would be resettled permanently in a beautiful area and nice homes. He then qualified, "Just can't go back. If you go back, it's going to end up the same way it has for 100 years." And the day before yesterday, Mr. Trump said, "The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it too. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site. Level the site and get rid of the destroyed buildings. Level it out. Create an economic development that will supply unlimited numbers of jobs and housing for the people of the area. Do a real job. Do something different. It sounds almost constructive, to use a pun. Honestly, you almost wish for it to happen. Moral ethics aside, of course. I presume Palestinians would be brought in to work the scut jobs because you'd need custodians, you'd need waitresses, maids to tuck the beds in. But then again, they'd bring terrorists in with them, right? Because the terrorists hide among the people. So, if you're into security of the area, you wouldn't hire Palestinians. They'd have to import people from all over the world. So, would they be Americans? Would that provide American jobs? Imagine that. Americans working scut jobs in Gaza, the 51st state of the United States, in effect. And there was also news closer to home, including Trump's tariff threats against Canada, Mexico, and Communist China on the Asian mainland. Not to mention what Trump and his verdammt trade war means for California farmers. I guess that's a thought that can take me into another free associated direction. We've been on for 4 hours now, and since we were on for 4 hours before, over 4 hours, it means we've turned in 9 hours, 10 hours, close to 10 hours. Let's take a look. If I take a look at part 1, how long that lasted. If I go to YouTube, click that on, I might retreat into the gentle night, and we can okay, so if we take a look at part 1, we were on for 5 hours, and if we take a look at the time we've been on for now, 4.5 hours. So that's a good 9.5 hours we've turned in. Does anybody want me to continue? Oh, at any rate, if not, I can call it a night. We did our best. I do need contributions to make the rent. So, I think we recouped. We recouped pretty fucking well. And Brendan was with us for a long time. He held in there like a trooper. All right. My love to all who support myself. The uneducated communist has been very respectful. I appreciate his participation. And my shout out to all of you. And join us on Sunday. Hopefully, we won't be taken out for once, and we can do a full show where we can dive deep in the sense that I did tonight once I got my stride rolling. So we'll probably have to recover a bit of territory just to get me back in the move. Amor Fati says, it is always lovely to hear you. God bless you, Amor Fati. Love you dearly. And he says, and Brendan, thank you. And all Team Dietrich, of course. Thank you, Amor. So with that, he says, both of you as monologues is great. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Deeply appreciate that. Well, we held good numbers considering the fact they knocked us off, and we got our numbers back. We held them well. It says, but maybe it's best you rest now. Thank you, Amor. Hey, love you dearly. Have a blessed night. All right, then, to everyone involved, join us on Sunday. Let's see if we can finally get a full episode out there without, sabotage, which is what they're conducting whenever they knock me off the bandwidth. This was a DDoS, a dedicated denial of service attack. And all right, then, join us on Sunday, and we'll take it from there again. And, of course, I need your help to make the rent. Anything you can spare, and indeed, don't be afraid to go a little bit beyond what you can spare to pull me through the month. For now, adieu. All right. Blessed be. Stay safe and be well to all of those who are on my side. All right, then. ending call. And now we're going to end stream.